Okay. It is Monday, July 13th, 2026, 6:30 p.m. Council is in session. Meeting called to order and establish a quorum. Angela Sáenz Arevalo, Robert Garcia,
Present.
Dominic Hernandez, Naomi Hernandez,
Present.
Alfonso Solis.
Present.
Okay, moment of silence and pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, let's see. Okay, public comments?
He's with the grant work.
Oh, yes.
None of them please.
Oh, I think,
Yeah, on the bottom of the bottom, right there, I'm sorry. I just thought I'm thinking of, there you go. Yeah.
there you go.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and those in attendance. I am Dee Dee Arismendez. I am your client services for GrantWorks. Just got promoted to this position. I am not new to GrantWorks. I was a project manager for the American Rescue Plan Funds, where I managed 20 clients, 185 projects, over $90 million. So by the time I transferred out, I completed 113 projects. And so that's why I'm here. GrantWorks has been around for 46 years. We have 250 employees. So we are familiar with a lot of grants that are out there and to manage. So I just wanted to put the name to the face and let you know that I'm here to serve you the best possible way that I can. So thank you so much.
Okay. Can you explain to the council about the no match grant that we're working on right now?
It's on the agenda. It's a water development grant, which is 100%, which there's no match. Everything will be zero out. Depending if you qualify, then of course I get some of the grants. You pay up front and then you get reimbursed. So this is a great opportunity. This is the first time that the water development really have done a zero match. So this is great that you are applying, for this grant for the community.
Okay. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you.
I think I left a business card on your.
Yes, thank you.
The one?
Yes.
Please let me know. I think I didn't get it.
Did you get it?
No.
Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. Anybody else? No, that was it. Okay. Public hearings, none. Presentations, we have Mr. Rocky, and I don't remember his last name, with AOKA Engineers and Inspectors. That was the packet that I gave you all when you came for the first budget meeting for doing the inspections. They have some services that they offer, like working on the ordinances, updating ordinances and working things like that with us. So are you there, sir?
I am. Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
Well, thank you
Go
very
ahead.
much.
Your company.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and Council, thanks so much for having me. Again, as she introduced, my name is Rocky Rodriguez. I am the Business Development Manager with AOKA. AOKA primarily is a planning and development services company. We work with over 85 cities across the entire state of Texas. And so we are a mission-driven company whose goal is to work with rural emerging communities that don't really have access to a lot of the similar services the communities around the greater metro areas, right? Your Austins, your San Antonios, your Houstons, your Dallas Fort Worth areas. And so what we do is go into these communities and assist in efforts like plan reviews, inspections, taking a look and reviewing ordinances, helping cities draft or amend those ordinances, which are accompanied by fee schedules to making sure that your fees are in alignment, right, with your surrounding communities in your area and your region. And so we obviously would welcome an opportunity to partner with the City of Gregory as part of our services. So just really quick, you've got the presentation, I believe, in front of you, like the mayor indicated. Who is AOKA? I kind of did a quick introduction, but we're a partner in planning and development services. We've got certified experts on our team. We are located in Fort Worth, Texas. We have 3 regional offices, one in Dallas, one in Houston, and one in San Antonio that helps us serve the South Texas area. We actually have sub-regional offices in Corpus, in Kingsville, down in the Rio Grande Valley, down in Laredo to really help us serve that South Texas community. But we are a team of about 60 full-time employees. Of those 60 full-time employees, we have 45 who are on our operations side, and those are certified inspectors, whether it's a certified plumbing inspector, a certified electrical inspector. We've got certified plans examiners, plans reviewers. We have ICC certified planners. We also have health inspectors and code enforcement officers. And one of the other services that we offer is fire plan review and fire inspection services. And so as the city grows, right, we have those services to help you scale. And one of the good things about AOKA is all codes, one partner. We also have our own software system. It's called Vertex Plans. It's a planning and development ERP system. And that's so essentially what it is a permitting, plan review, and inspection application that we provide for free to our clients. And so, again, we have a lot of cities that take advantage of that. And the other big thing that kind of sets us apart is we offer certified training. And so not only can we train city staff, but more importantly, public education. And so what does that mean and how does that benefit the city? We are a partner and we want to make sure that we are educating your applicants, your residents, your contractors and developers that are working in Gregory. We want them to understand, right? Why is a permit required? When is a permit required? What exactly is required to obtain a permit there in your city and your jurisdictions based on your ordinance? And so again, providing folks that public education is a key part of what we do. On the next slide, I talk a little bit about our elite team. And so of those 60 full-time employees, right, we have 12 master code professionals on our team. It may not sound like a lot, but there's 1,000 MCPs roughly in the nation, and we've got more than 1% working for AOKA, so that you have a fully certified, well-educated team behind you. And so a majority of our team have 15 years of experience, and so most of that experience comes from working in cities. And so we've been in cities, we're surrounded by cities. That's what we do, that's what we know, and that's what makes us the experts, right, that you can depend on your team. The other big thing on the next slide is we are true partners in the cities that we serve. So I talked a little bit about the 3 regional offices and how we use those offices to serve all 85 cities that we currently work with. But we are local, right? We are there in the community. We're connected to surrounding communities. Aransas Pass, not too far, right? We work with the Rockport, and Port A. And so we are in the communities that we serve, and we're local, and we want to make sure that we are a part of your city. We're a true partner. And like I said, being in the community to help educate the general public, to help educate the contractors that are working locally and any developers that want to come in. As far as our industry leading inspections and plan review services, we have next day standard inspections. We can also offer the city same-day emergency inspections with the right kind of communication. We leverage our technologies to do virtual inspections. So it's ICC certified and ICC compliant virtual inspections, right? And that's how we're able to do a lot of those same-day emergency inspections on behalf of the city. We also are very proud of our turnaround times for our commercial and residential plan reviews. And so we guarantee any project under $5 million that we will turn around that plan review back to the city, back to the contractor, back to the applicant within 5 days. We're actually turning those around in 3.2 days. And then our commercial plan reviews, projects over $5 million, we guarantee a turnaround time of 10 days. And again, we even beat our own metric. We are able to turn those around in 8 days. And so the next slide, I talk a little bit about some of the trainings that we offer, but being an ICC certified education provider, again, we can help train your staff. We have town hall meetings where we help educate the general public. Again, talking about why is a permit required, when is a permit required, what are the steps to obtaining a permit. And so those are things that a lot of the cities take advantage of, right? We've got with our online system, a digital presence for a lot of the cities. And so now folks can go online, they can look at a checklist and determine, right, is a permit required for this particular project that I want to enter in the respective jurisdiction, right, that I'm trying to get permitted in. And so the last thing I'll leave you with, it's the last slide there. It's just some local cities that we work with. The city of Hernandez passed, the city of Alice, Texas, city of Falfurrias, city of Beeville, city of Yoakum, city of Hallettsville, but we have a very, very extensive list of cities. And so I encourage, right, every city that I go to, every city council that I talk to, please, right, call around, check our references. You'll be pleasantly surprised at the turnaround in terms of the difference that we make in the communities that we serve. And so with that, I will open it up for any questions, any comments that you guys might have.
Council, do you have any questions?
The question I've got is, how do you integrate what we have now into your system? Will you come in and scan or review, or how does that process work?
Yes, sir. Great question. That's a really, really good question. Yes. And so what we do typically, right, it takes anywhere from about 2 to 6 weeks, depending on the size of the city and what you currently have. We have some larger communities that we work with that want us to take a lot of their backlog and put it into our system. So obviously that takes a little bit longer. But a city like Gregory, I know I have had some meetings there already, and so we've taken a look at your environment there. I would foresee that, you know, within 2 to 4 weeks we could be completely integrated there in the city when you guys hit go. And so one thing that I didn't touch on is how do cities typically contract with AOKA? We're a proud member of the BUY board. And so because of that, right, cities can contract with us directly through BUY board, or more commonly, it's just through a service agreement. And that service agreement allows you to utilize or make use of all of these services that we provide. There are no long-term commitments, right? There's no contract in terms of a monthly retainer or any fees that the city would have to pay. You would only pay us, right, for the services that we would provide to you. And typically those would be covered under the fees that you're already collecting as a city for those permits and those plan review fees that you're already charging. So typically our fee is a percentage of what the city is already charging. But in terms of answering your question, right, we could get your city up and online within our system within 2 to 4 weeks. And yes, we do have a team that would come in. We would have a few meetings online and in person to gather all your requirements and get that system, which is fully customizable to the City of Gregory, and get you guys up and running in fairly short order. And just as a reminder, that system that we provide to you is absolutely free to the city.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other
Anyone
questions?
else?
And once you complete, various phases of your work, do you provide storage for this data, or do we need to provide our own storage?
No, we provide all of the storage, and the city has complete 100% access, right? And that's another good question, because it's a question that comes up, the communication. So our system is not only available to the city and the city staff, but more importantly, it's available to the applicants maybe it's a contractor or design firm that's working with an applicant on a project, right? So let's say a homeowner hires an architect or a structural engineer. They will get tagged in the system and will get notified in all the communications anytime something is occurring on that project. And so typically, right, anytime an update is occurring to that project with the plan review, that it's either approved or it needs some additional information, right, or some additional designs, they will get those comments. Everybody that's involved as a party to that particular project will get an email, a text message, communication knowing, or that would tell them, right, that an update has been made to their project. They're actually able to go in and schedule their own inspections online, right? So no longer do they have to either call an IVR or come up to the city or send the city an email. They can go into the system and schedule an inspection directly into that system, right, at a specific date, or on a specific date at a specific time, utilizing our technology. And again, it's that piece of information, or that's what we leverage, right, to be a good partner, a good education partner in making sure that that communication is happening throughout the life of the project.
Is this something that Bureau Veritas is currently doing for us at the moment?
Not,
Our inspections, we submit to the permits, then they'll be the ones to come in and do the inspections once they submit. They give us the okay, the approval. And then we're able to give the permit to continue the work that needs to be done.
So it's
But they
similar
don't- yeah,
to,
it's gonna be-
or I guess this portion is similar to Bureau
Similar to
Veritas.
this, but this up to date, technology as far as for your ordinances, things that have already been updated. Currently, with your warehouse, we're in the 2015 international building, which, we're still outdated and all that. If they are able to come in, they can bring us up to a more recent international building, both for the plumbing, the fire, everything else that goes along with it.
When, would it just be as simple as letting Bureau Veritas know that they would want to go to 2018 or 2021?
We can do-
the main draw is the fact that they will come in and help us update our ordinances and get them all so that we can put them on the website.
Who would normally do that?
We would have to contract, there's another company that does that, and it's pretty pricey for them to do it.
So at the moment on the resolutions and ordinances that we've passed, they're not on any type of website or any.
Correct.
We need some help.
You have to get them codified.
So we're just passing ordinances and they're just gonna sit there? That's what you're.
Well, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get them updated and everything so we can put them on the website.
So that Veritas or whatever, so we're paying them to right now to.
No, they're just doing.
No, they just come in and all they do is the inspections, building inspections. So
So then-
these folks would be able to do not just the building inspections, but other things that we need as well. And like he said, their platform is free to the city. So the only thing we would be paying for would be for the individual pieces that we need, like if we needed code enforcement or if we needed our.
That email that you sent us with the fees,
Mhm.
is that like from you or from like them? That's what we're gonna be paying them?
Correct.
Let me ask you, sir, once you finish the work, let's say we're 100% complete on the scope of work. And a couple of years go by, everything's going good, but we decide that, we're gonna move on with another company. Is this data all proprietary and you're gonna keep it and we have to start over with somebody else, or? How
No,
does
sir.
that?
No, sir. You own the data, and so it's yours, right? And so, again, typically, what happens is, and this is a story that I like to tell, right? It's because it's a success story. We come in and we help educate the communities we serve, and so, right? Let's just say you are going to hire your own internal staff, and we train your staff, and we get you guys going, and you're doing your own plan reviews, and you're doing your own inspections, right? But you still want to use our platform, and maybe on occasion you want to reach out to us to help you amend or adopt a new ordinance, right? That data is yours, right? We won't take it away from you. You'll have access to it for eternity.
Hmm.
But will there be a charge for the platform?
No, sir. I mean, no, there won't be a charge for the platform for you guys to use as long as you, got a service agreement in place to provide you services, whether or not we are actually providing you services, right? You can continue to use that platform.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Good question.
And that platform should integrate with our website, or would that be a separate website they would have to go to?
No, ma'am. We embed links to the platform in your website on your web page, right? Typically under your development services page, or even right your building inspections and permitting page, just depending on where you have it on your website, where you'd like those links to be located on your website. And not only do we provide links right to the technology, we also have training videos out there, right? How do you apply for a permit? How do you apply as a contractor for the platform? So different types of public education material that we help provide, not only the city, but as a reminder, right? The contractors, the applicants, whether those are your residents or design companies that are doing projects within the city on behalf of your residents.
Okay. Any other questions?
So what kind of a ballpark cost are we looking at for a city our size?
Oh, I
So
sent
our-
you the schedule of fees in the email. You have that.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's again another really good question, because what I'd like to be mindful of, right? I want everybody in the community to be mindful of is we typically will do a fee analysis, and I know it was a little difficult to obtain some of the fees that you guys charge just because of right their availability online, but we provide a fee analysis to see exactly what fees you're currently charging, how those fees measure up to the fees that not only the city's collecting, but the fees that we'll be assessing. I will tell you, right, we are very competitive with your current provider, and so there shouldn't be any cause for concern there. But we work with the communities that we serve, right? We want to be a true partner. We want you to understand the process, and so that's why I can't emphasize enough that public education, being a true partner, right? We want to come into the community and help you build not only the processes, but making sure that you're using the right systems, and you guys are charging the right fees, right? And when I say the right fees, that they're just in line with surrounding communities. And that's part of the analysis that we'll do on your behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And my contact information, I believe, is on the presentation. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to reach out. And again, I thank you all
Okay.
very much for your time. Enjoy your evening and be safe.
Thank you so much. So, Bureau Veritas was also supposed to be here? They didn't come in? Okay. So they are the ones that we use right now, but again, the only thing we use them for is inspections. And they do not, because that was one of the things I asked, they do not do code review and code updating for us. They don't have that service. Let's see, next is presentation by Ms. Aide Hernandez and Ernest Garcia, CPA. So y'all are up. Let's see, and I believe that corresponds on the bottom because a lot of the things that are on this list were already going to be on the agenda anyway. So at the bottom, you'll see letter N, budget presentation by Ernest Garza Accounting Firm. And that was requested by Alderman Robert Garcia, so that is that one. Okay.
Right. Good evening. My name is Dee Dee Hernandez and I work with Ernest Garza, and here I'm providing the third quarter review for the budget. So right now you see the summary right now. We see like it's
We continue being in a steady, situation here with the county, with the city. We have some expenses, that, it seem, to be high because what happened last year, we had a fire. And that, caused of some kind of the additional expenses. And then we have the health, the damage as well, but we're getting that, revenue through the insurance, right? Insurance. So it's gonna be fine that, there's some other expenses like the postage, it's on the liability insurance and then IT expenses that it seemed like not to be over budget, but and this is nothing, to be alarmed, it happens, we have a good budget, so what we're gonna do is just gonna, reallocate for, some of the budget and then reallocate it through offset, that expense. So that's what you do. It's a total normal process that we have, and it's permitted. Again, just to continue talking to the departments, everything seems good. We have the revenue, the main revenue, and the main one that I provide here is the general fund, because general fund, which is this document, is the one that provides everything and assists the rest of the departments. So as you see right now, we have an steady revenue, so everything, it looks fine. Again, there's gonna be expenses that we're gonna have to reallocate between the budget. But I'm gonna tell you right now that it looks really good. If you go to the bottom, in the revenue right now, the net income, and we still have to have some transfers, it's still pending, and that's gonna just continue to make your net income to increase. So if y'all have any questions, I'm here to answer anything.
Which one of the handouts are you referring to?
Pardon?
Which one of the handouts are you?
Oh, the one that I'm talking is the one that has the general fund?
The one that's highlighted?
Yes, sir.
The one highlighted.
Yeah, that's the general fund.
Yeah, that's what these are. Thank you.
Let me hear you, so it has the general fund.
Thank you.
So again, we are, by the end of this month, we should receive the certified values, so to work with the next budget. And just to continue working to get ready for the next fiscal year. But as of today, everything looks really good for the city.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, on this one, or I guess on all the reports, is there a way that you can go back the previous year as well? So from October 1st through.
Oh, I can do that. I can work on the trend analysis for the last the trend analysis for the last 3 to 5 years. Yes, I totally can do that. Yes, and I can present in the next meeting, or I can send you the report, and then you look into it, and then I'll be here the next meeting, and we can discuss that report.
Yeah, if you can send the trend via email.
Yes, I
then
can do
that
that.
would be great.
Absolutely, yes, and that's really important to have that info, because right now you're gonna adopt the budget for the next fiscal year. So you need to have that data to compare what happened for the last 3 to 5 years, and that way you can make the decision for the next fiscal year.
Okay, and can you also have the tax rates as well that are associated with each of those years?
Yes, I can do that as well, and I can just prepare a graph for the last. Normally, what we present is to the cities is just have the last 5 years, if you want that, for the tax rates, and then see how is the increase or decrease for those rates as well.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely, can do that.
Anything else?
So what is the next step from this point? We're gonna, I believe we're scheduling some workshops, some budget workshops.
That's correct.
And you're planning on being there, or?
Yeah, because those are like Saturdays we have here, and then so I can have that one, because we're gonna need the data that is requested in 3 to 5 years, trend analysis. And it's just to wait, the certified values is gonna be by law, it's by the end of the month. If we wanna get that one. But right now, they just start looking and asking the departments if they're gonna request any kind of increases. That's something that we need to look into it, and obviously just to see what is the status, which right now is good. And any projects that we're expecting, mainly for capital projects, and any revenue that we can have for the COG or any agency. I'm working also with grant works as well, just to see the type of revenue that we can get as well. Grants are amazing. I think that we can start planning on that.
And in our current agenda, there is an item on here where, it's consideration and approval of the, Texas Health Plan that we currently have, and what's gonna come up in 2027. Is that gonna be a factored into the 27 budget also, that we can use to decide what? Because I'm not fully understanding that item, Norma. Well, what are we being asked to do?
That'll be our health plan that you offer the employees.
Mhm.
So those are the rates that are coming up. We have, I think it was due the 1st of July, so that'll give you, that's giving you what we are currently paying, and that's giving you the new rate that's going to take effect. And the new rate doesn't take effect until October 1st at the beginning of the fiscal year. And that's the price that you will be paying for, the insurance on the employee. That's the health insurance that we offer to the employee.
Because in that section, the last page, I noticed that there was, it seemed like there were some selections that needed to be made. Is that selections that the employees make, or is that?
It's a selection that, that the city makes.
Mhm.
Okay, you can either, right now, the current plan that we have is a PPO. And it gives you the different rates based on the deductibles, based on everything that you have, that you want to, give the employee. Right now, we're at a high deductible because our plan was at a lower rate last year. So this year went up a little bit more, and the deductible still stayed the same. The higher the deductible, usually it makes, the lower the premium.
Okay, so we'll talk more about that when we get to that item.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
On the dates, can you help refresh my memory on the dates that we should adopt the budget by and the tax rate when that's due?
Well, we're gonna get the certified values by the end of the month. So in that way, you're gonna have an idea like how the tax rate, we're gonna set the tax rate. Right now, we need to start, soon, the budget workshops. Those are really important, just to get with all the department heads and just to discuss the spending for the next year, what the needs are gonna be for next year. What is recommended is just don't wait until September to adopt the budget. Is just to, by then on August, it will be really good just to have something, set, look at that. Or the first week of September, just to approve the budget. So right now, they used to have like 2-3, budget workshops, because, just to understand everything, how it works, and everything that we need to change or improve. And just we can discuss through those, meetings, and then just to be ready for the budget.
And then the tax rate is due October?
We had to set that before October, because then the tax office needs to set the letters by October 1st to everybody for the new tax rates.
So
Yeah, so September.
before August,
Yes,
before October
yeah.
1st.
So, but that was, Norma, the budget, the calendar, that was approved, do we have a date for the
As of
final?
right now, I don't have a date for them.
Oh,
But everything as far as budget and tax rates, they have to be approved by September 30th.
yeah, September. So everything has to be approved by October 1st, because they have to send, tax office needs those breaks to send everybody for the property taxes. So recommendation, we don't wait until the last minute, and then just continue just doing the workshops, like 2-3 meetings will be good, just to when we have the date to approve, so we already have a discussion on what we're gonna be adopting.
And talking about the tax rate, are we looking at any restrictions or any effect from the statewide announcement that was made by the Attorney General's office where?
Well, yes, because we had a cap now, and we cannot go over what it was already adopted for last year, so that's gonna be the cap from the city. Like I was discussing, that's why it was adopted last year. It's a good tax rate, so we go from there for those.
Let me help on that issue. Okay, we are gonna be caught that with the no new revenue, which is alluding to the Senate Bill 1851.
Yes, sir.
That was passed in law last year, September 1st. which means if the audits weren't done by 180 days, which we'll say March 31st, for lack of argument, then you're gonna be limited to the no new revenue, which means if if the value, even if the valuations go up, that means the rate's gonna go down. So no new revenue, you're bringing in the same amount of property tax that you had the prior year. And that's what we're alluding, what you're talking about.
And that was the voter approved rate that we adopted for this current year, 26.
Prior years.
So there was an increase. So we did increase property tax, so now that, we may or may not be in violation, are we gonna be required to refund money and bring it down to the,
This deals with our new year, we cannot move forward, increase the tax rate. Okay, which will mean, if the valuations go up, keep in mind, if they were to stay the same, then the rate would be the same. But in theory, we know valuations go up a little bit, so it's gonna bring the no new revenue, bring about the same amount of revenue, so that means the tax rate will go down.
based on total
Property
value?
Total value, yes, sir.
You have the cap for this,
So this will be a tough budget. I'm not gonna say it's not, because, we depend on various revenue, including property taxes, and then we're always monitoring the sales tax and how that's coming in, so we're monitoring those, that'll affect the budget, so that'll, so anyway, if I can answer anything else,
Let me ask you straight, and I'm not, please don't take me wrong or being critical or nothing like that, because, I just want an understanding on, what is the cause of our audits being so far behind? I mean, listed as, I think Mr. Snedeker should present the 24 completed audit. And that's approximately what, 15, 16 months behind? So what do we do as a new council, as a new administration to prevent that from happening? I mean, is it something that we're causing internally within the city administration? Is it that the auditor just doesn't have time, or is it something in between where our information comes over to your firm and then you do something and you pass it on to Mr. Snedeker? Or I just want to understand the process. I mean, because it's something that it's concerning to me. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but it's being that far behind is but it may be a practice, but it's not a.
We know at times you need more staff here. That's what I say, you have limited staff, that's why when we come in, I talked to Mr. Snedeker this morning, and he said it's gonna deliver 24 in a couple of weeks. And I said, okay, what about 25?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's, well, 60 days, okay. And normally, I respect other auditors, and I don't try to tell the other auditors how to do it. We're just here to assist. But one of the things we're moving forward as corrective action plan, we're gonna start gathering the information we know he needs and move forward and start getting all the items he needs and just try to assist him every which way he can to get through this. Because not just getting through 25, we got to turn around within months to start on the 26th.
Yes.
Our goal is realistically, we got to get 26 done by the end of March 27th. So we can get you back on
track. Yes.
Back on track. You ever wanted to change tax rate after that, that's council decision. But we're making a plan to move this to get back on track, so to speak.
Okay, so you're making a plan with Roots or with
With Noel and with staff, I've talked with staff, and we know one of your staff may be out for a surgery for there, so we need to talk to staff about hiring some temporary, because you need some data entry people to get get through this. We can assist to a point, but a lot of these are, you've always kind of worked shorthanded, so to speak.
And let me ask you, sir, the information that, you're being given is coming to you from QuickBooks.
Yes.
And so how would the transition to, Encode,
That,
would that improve the process or?
it should, but it's gonna be like anything, there's a change. That's another project to get done. And, you're gonna need help with that. So we're just handling the Encode transition.
And according to my recollection, about 2 years ago, maybe a little longer, a little less, I was in this building, this room. And I believe it's when we, either initially awarded the contract to you, to your firm, or maybe something else.
We were gonna assist, we've been assisting with your current financials, but we weren't gonna do the Encode. That was gonna be a specialized person to just handle that. Well, we brought some options, looking for other personnel that's all they do is Encode.
Well, my recollection, when I was here in the audience, I recall, and Mr. What's his name, Bill Roberts, I believe he retired and now he's back.
Yeah, he's working back.
He asked me directly whether, or how long it took for the city of Corpus Christi to transition from, or prior, system to, what is it, N4 that we're using now. We made a transition. And it was discussed that we were going to, or that he was, or your firm was going to create and run a parallel system between QuickBooks and Encode. But I've never heard anything else about that.
That was never in our scope. Okay. We were working helping you stay with your QuickBooks. Now, what I think what he's referring to, that we need to run both systems at the same time. Now, how long do we stay on until we naturally want to get the cash switched over, transferred, get payroll, get payables? But we're running side by side to make sure we're matching or correcting, because anytime you do a transition, nobody likes a transition. You really gonna, well, pick my words carefully, you're really gonna say you dislike it, not to be ugly, but no one likes transitions. When
But
you
no one likes
change,
change, no.
but we have to run parallel, so there's additional work, but we wanna make sure that we're correct on the cash, make sure payroll gets done, make sure that people get paid, and so, I've gone through a few of them, and I can't remember any of them that are ever enjoyable.
No, they're no fun, yeah, no. I've been through many myself, so, yeah.
I mean, I know you said that the 2023, like you said that it was gonna be behind or whatever. I mean, and you said because of lack of personnel and everything. I mean, it's behind 2023, 2024, and now 2025, right? What is the big difference from these times, from the back and before then, if we had the same personnel then? It hasn't changed. I mean, Gregory has always worked on just having 2 people, and it always was on time. So now,
I
what-
can remember a good
Yeah.
law that you've been on time.
yeah,
To be honest, it's been
a while.
and it's been a struggle.
It's been a struggle.
That's why we're trying to alleviate, we're in our corrective action plan to help the auditors gather all the information and do things he would normally do. We're gonna work with you. Cause we gotta get you back on track. You understand that?
So when you just, mentioned, forming a plan, so are you gonna perform an analysis of the current employees and find out what their skill levels are, what their, abilities are, and then either provide them training, send them to training, or recommend hiring somebody that's gonna?
I think we wanna look into how we can get additional staff, that the city will need to bring in. There's some kind of rough solutions, that we've looked at. reach out to university, someone who's gonna graduate in the county and eager to get some experience.
Mhm.
Now, these are the plus and minus. One, it means we gotta help train them. And trouble is they'll be here a semester or two and then they kind of move on.
They're going, yeah.
So that means we gotta keep redealing with it until we get a permanent solution, but, that's what some of our solutions are, and then we're gonna reach out to a couple of people that we know that have semi-retired from other entities that worked on Encode, because we need someone that's all they've handled is Encode.
They got hands-on experience.
Hands-on
Yes, sir.
experience, yes, sir.
And is that plan gonna be presented to council at some
Oh,
point? or-
yes, sir. You've had it in your budget for that person,
Mhm.
okay? But it's a process and, in reaching out to someone, because Encode will do limited amount, but they want to do one training. They don't want to do over and over.
Mhm.
So finding that person but we have a couple of possibilities.
Okay. Well, thank you.
But that would be somebody that we would hire. Yes, okay.
We just knew with the budget that actually goes before council, you guys make the decision.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to ask, with this letter that the Attorney General put out, is there a deadline? Have they set a deadline by when these have to be done?
Well.
And is there a penalty if we don't have it?
Penalty that you're not raise your taxes.
Right,
That's
Okay.
the penalty. You've got to work with the budget very tight with what you got.
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
The mayor just mentioned the letter. Who received that letter? Did you guys get it?
We didn't get it. It actually went to your auditor and he forwarded it to us. We kind of knew who was there, who wasn't, because you're not alone. There were hundreds that went out. And so technically, let's say a city, and I worked with some of the
Yes, sir.
there that if they ask for an extension on the CAFR, does not give them an extension for this.
No, there's
So
no
that would
exception.
mean they would be in quote non-compliance the way the terminology is.
Yes, sir.
So we know, we don't have quite 9 months, but we've got some ground to cover.
Mhm.
I have one question. Do you know of any tax abatements or tax agreements that we currently have and the duration that's left on them? Or is that something we would
We're
have?
actually talking about that today, and I think there are 313 agreements there, because there should be coming up on some of the refineries, and, we were locked in for years, and I think they're coming up, and that would be legal counsel that we need to, I would recommend have them look at it, or address it, and see what is our action plan on it.
On the Attorney General, why didn't we get notified?
I tracked it down.
Mhm.
I tracked it down today and it had gone to, didn't come to us, it went to the auditor.
To the auditor? So he didn't let us know either?
Well, he got it, he gave it to me,
Okay,
yeah.
just today?
No, I just got it from him, because I've been trying to figure out where the letter went.
Yeah.
Because he kept saying, and everybody.
Well, yeah, because it's on here. It's like, if you go to the website, it says it on here that those letters were sent out. Yeah, that's why I was trying to see, like, well, who got the letter, when
It
was
was,
that
it
done?
was addressed to his email. It wasn't addressed to anybody. It says the City of Gregory, and then it has his email.
What date was it sent out? Was it sent out?
It says, May 13th.
But not everybody, like, we didn't get the email, other cities didn't get the email either, because that was one of the things we talked about at the small cities conference. Not everybody got an email.
Well, the city of Ingleside by the Bay and the city of Taft, they received their notice on the city website. The Attorney General's office, according to them, went directly to their to their website and use that website to send out the mail or that email.
Mhm.
That is
Well,
what I was told.
we didn't get it, and there were several cities that also did not get it. They found out the way we found out. Somebody said, hey, here's this email. And then, you know, that's how we found out. That's how several other cities found out.
So our CPA got it.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. And
And he
then
didn't notify us.
he sent it.
He sent it out.
He sent it out.
So when I asked I asked when we got hired in and, you know, when we got in, and I kept asking and asking and asking, and everybody kept telling me no, nothing. And I was going through the Attorney General's website and it said.
I did not get an email, so I didn't have one to share out.
Okay, but.
Because I would have shared that out.
If he was, I mean, if he didn't send it in, I mean, aren't we supposed to be notified too as well? Because I mean, that's what we're supposed to, I mean, we're in charge of the budget as well too, aren't we?
Right.
Okay.
So going back to the agreement, the 313, would the county have that information or who would have that information?
The only abatement that the city of Gregory has is with, the Havens.
Oh, the apartment complex.
That's the apartment complex. That's the only, abatement contract that we do have.
And how do we get that information?
Is it the 312?
I don't know if it's a 312 or 313 or 380. I'm not sure which one it is.
I would look at your legal counsel to,
I have the copy of
okay.
the abatement.
Can you email that to us so that way we can see? And,
Anything else?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next is consent agenda. All of the following items are considered to be self-explanatory by the city council and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests, and that's the minutes of June 22nd, 2026.
I wanted added on here, like when Vance Dawson spoke up, that he was cursing and that was, it's, I mean, it clearly has on here, on our thing, no council member, staff person, or members of the audience shall berate, embarrass, accuse, or show any personal disrespect for any member of the staff, council members, or any, I mean, pretty much, if you read what he said about me, I would like that to read.
Well, we don't put all that in there. If we did, we'd have pages of what
Okay, but
people
I still
say.
want it recorded that nothing was done, that he,
There was nothing to be done.
yeah,
So
he did curse. So I would like that
I'm
noted.
not the only one in this room that is cursed during council.
Okay, but he did
So-
curse and nothing was done. And you are the mayor, you didn't press and you didn't say order or anything. So you allowed
Well,
it.
they all know, I did say something. I did say something.
I feel like it's disrespectful.
I'm sorry, sir. I know you want to say something, but there's no public comment at this point. Okay. So.
Also, us being new on the session where it was a closed session, it was kind of wrong because y'all kind of just kept it open on there. And us being a new council member, we were supposed to vote to keep it open. And that was supposed to be done since the morning and it wasn't allowed. I mean, nobody told us that he had requested that in the morning. So us being a new city council,
Well,
you.
I did not come in until later that evening, so I didn't know until about the same time you knew.
Okay, but
So-
that way it should have been closed.
And that
it
was the
doesn't-
prerogative of the employee to have it an open.
Because there was no closed session, there was no voting. Mr. Sanchez and Mr. KUBICEK, they both requested open.
Yes,
So
but
there-
it has, if you look at the things, it has to be voted on and it wasn't
There was
voted
no
on.
vote, so there was no action taken. Remember, y'all didn't take no action.
Well, because y'all don't let us know because we're still new and learning
But
and you
you're-
just, You sit there and you
It
allow,
shows on there, you have closed.
and it said closed session on there.
No, but there was no closed session because they did not request closed session. They requested open.
So shouldn't we have made a motion to?
No, because there
open- to
was
put it
no
in
need to
open?
make a motion for a closed session. There was no closed session. We didn't recess from our original
Isn't that
meeting
right
to
here?
go into.
Mhm.
closed session.
It should have been.
Miss Alessandra? Are you there?
Yes, Mayor. So it is their right to request it as employees. It's their livelihood to have it in open session. That's the reason that we can't do executive if they request that.
No, and that's fine, but were we supposed to make a motion to, because it was supposed to be in closed session, were we supposed to make a motion to have it in open?
No, as long as it's listed on the agenda, you don't have to make a motion unless you're making a motion to go into executive session.
So even though it's listed on the agenda as closed?
I saw the agenda as just saying an employee. It wasn't specific.
It says it closed session to
But
deliberate.
it only says an employee, so normally it would have to have the specific employee.
There wasn't Abel's name on there?
Yeah, it was.
Yes, but he requested open. He did not request closed session. When you have closed session, you have to recess your regular meeting and then open up and request for to open up a closed session.
And
So
see,
the deadline for the request though, for it to be open.
well, even if it's listed as closed session, they can just say you have to talk about everything in open session.
So we're gonna recess.
Right, as employees.
So what's the deadline though for the request though? Is it just right then and there?
They can do it here in the chamber like Abel did.
Yeah, it could just be on the spot that they say it.
Thank you.
Can she answer that question again? About Dawson?
Oh, well, and if not, then they just they can't, they
No,
can't
you
be on
can
there.
ask her.
Oh, if they don't wanna record it, it's not gonna be recorded. As long as we have it on the YouTube, it's fine.
Alessandra?
Yes, ma'am.
So the question is, apparently somewhere along the way, Mr. Dawson cursed. And it
Okay.
wasn't recorded in the minutes.
And is that just what you're discussing?
That's what the councilwoman is discussing.
Okay. For that, if he has requested, to have an open session, if it can, result in disciplinary action or something else, because it concerns his livelihood, and it's actually with employees. That's one of the only exceptions where they can ask to have something in open session. And if they ask that, they're exercising their right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. So, Councilwoman Naomi Hernandez said that, Mr. Dawson made some comments from the audience and apparently cursed in them.
I think it was during the public comment
And-
section.
Oh, during public comments.
Has he already been disciplined by?
No, he was just
An audience.
an audience member during public comments. And I
Okay,
guess he cursed during the public comments. And
I mean, I don't know what action you can take. That is generally
well, I guess the question is, should the fact that he was cursing been noted in the minutes?
If it's in the recording, that's sufficient. It doesn't have to be in the minutes, and it is, protected by the First Amendment. So I think that if it's in the recording, that's sufficient.
Okay,
So should anything have been done whenever somebody gets personally attacked?
Well,
Uh,
okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So if it's in the minutes, who was being personally attacked? Was it someone on council?
So someone in the audience was personally attacking one of the council members. And at that point, like on the section of the agenda, no council member, staff person, or members of the audience shall berate, embarrass, accuse, or show any personal disrespect for any member of the staff, council members, or the public at the council meeting. This policy is not meant to restrain citizens from the First Amendment rights. So what portion of that, is that a time whenever, I don't know, council steps in and say like, hey, you're not supposed to be doing this, or can you please stop? Or how would we go about it?
So there is, a differentiation under the First Amendment that I don't know if it's totally clear within your policy or enforced, but if it is simple, cursing, that would be constitutionally protected. Did they use, a racial slur or something of that matter? Did they disclose an address, for any of you or the person that they were attacking?
Yes, they disclosed the address of where she resides.
Okay, so then yes, that would go against the rules.
Okay, so what, I guess, how would we move forward with any of this information or in the future? So should
You would stop.
council and essentially say, hey, you have to stop now, you're dismissed, or is that the mayor's duty, or is that the secretary or the attorney? How would we go about that?
Be the
so
mayor.
I
Sorry.
guess we would have to make a declaration that when addressing, during public comments, you can't disclose somebody's address.
Correct. Their address or use any kind of slur.
Okay,
Well, there's already a statement on every council meeting where
Yeah, it's on.
Dominic just read, that's not supposed to occur. And it's my opinion, and it just started recently, where now agendas are identifying people bringing items to the council's attention. It's like the agenda for today. You look at today's agenda, you'll go all the way through, section 7, item K. There's nobody's name mentioned on there. Who brought all these items to the attention of the council? They're not mentioned. But if you go past K and go into I, or what is it, LMNOPQ, it's Robert Garcia. Why am I being identified specifically and giving somebody the opportunity to come up here and do the same thing to me as what they did to Naomi? To me, there's no need for that. And there's never been a specific identification of anybody that brings up an item on the council to have their name listed right by it. I mean, now we're targets. If somebody doesn't agree with this, they can come up here and say, hey, Robert, you're no good. Get out of here, or whatever. And I don't take kindly to that.
I get it. Unfortunately, with the Open Meetings Act and the First Amendment, they require us all to have thick skins when it comes to that. And I know that it's, very hard to deal with as a public official. It would apply to me as well, where people can say things, that is even profanity, but you draw the line at slurs or, comments that would cause a huge fight, or something else like that. And then also if they are giving out your personal information, your address, your phone number, they're
Exactly.
hard like that.
And it's not the comments, it's not the bad language, it's not any of that.
Right.
It is the specific targeting, and it's getting personal. Directing comments directly at one of us that I am in disagreement on. And according to my opinion, the way I feel is that it's related to having our names on the agenda as far as having brought items to the attention of the council.
You know
And-
what?
and
Is it about the items and your decisions, or is it,
Well, no, there's people that are in disagreement with it and they decide that to target that person.
It's in the agenda. What we're trying to say, Alessandra, is that that we've gone over, if you go back on 2022, 2023, 2024, all the agendas that are on there, Alessandra, they don't have a name by who requested whatever. And then all of a sudden, last meeting, when I requested something, it was like my name, my name, my name. Now this time, and has not been adopted or anything on here. So now this time, Robert requested something, and it's like on the agenda, it says his name, what he requested. Now on the other stuff that was requested on the agenda doesn't have nobody's name on there. So who requested those? So it's like a target. That's what we're trying to say, that it was like targeted. And we're trying to see, I mean, it should have been something that should have been adopted a long time ago as an agenda item. Like if you're gonna request something, this should have been adopted a long time ago. Because if you go back on the past agendas, you don't see that.
It's
So-
like,
so
it's
we-
like somebody
Norma,
picking
hang
and
on a
choosing
second.
as to
Hang on.
which one goes on with
Norma,
name,
do you have,
attachment, and without an attachment.
what,
If
do you
that
have
makes any
something
sense.
you can shed light on?
Okay. In June 8th, what was the first meeting of the month of June, you passed an ordinance, a resolution stating that anybody wishing, maybe council members wishing to make requests on the agenda to fill out your forms.
We fill them out,
Okay,
yes,
so-
that has no problem.
You are making a request to be placed on the agenda.
But it should not be targeted like that, because who made the request for the other
And
agenda?
the other.
That's why I'm saying, if you see the other items, they don't have names
That's
on there.
because the other items were business that was going to be carried on with the city anyway.
That-
City of Gregory, you want that put on there?
I
You
wanna-
can.
Yeah, then you need to put that on there.
All right.
Something I'll say is that usually the reason that you give the person who placed the item is for the rest of you, for council, to know what's going on, or city staff. You don't have to do it, necessarily. The public doesn't need it, but council will say who requested this.
So we could bring up that resolution and then amend it.
Do we currently have a process of presenting agenda items? Do we have?
Yeah, you just passed it, June 8th, or I can't remember when was the meeting, you all passed it. But
I don't remember seeing.
The form of the meetings, the agendas, the request for the agendas is,
But I don't remember it saying to put our names beside it.
But it's the same thing, because you're making the request, you're filling out.
You're making a request, so your name has to be with the request.
So we can ask for it to be.
If you want the city business to say City of Gregory by it, then we'll do that too.
We don't want it to say anything. It's just listed on the item like you've listed everything else. And we do need to bring that up and make a change and revise it, because it is just frustrating. I mean, I don't know what to expect meeting to meeting.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I will say that often the confusion is, other people on council will say, who placed this item, when you get to the meeting. So that's just a consideration.
What relevance does that have on anything? I mean, if it's the subject that's listed, what relevance does it make? Or why is it important that Dominic brought it, or Alfonso brought it, or
It doesn't matter to
Naomi
me.
brought it? What?
Cause it's still just business.
We're not asking, Norma, did you bring out the first one about the consideration about the approval of 2024? We know that you put that
That's
on.
part of city business.
Okay.
You are coming in on a separate item, which is, this was already done, the agenda, then you brought in requests.
But it's all city business.
If I hadn't put them in there, what would you have said?
It's all city business. I wouldn't have said
No,
nothing,
If I hadn't
no.
put in your request on the agenda, what would you have said?
If you wouldn't have put the request in there,
Yeah, if I had not listed your items and I had not put them on the agenda, what would you have said?
I would have asked, no, where's my request?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay,
but,
and then who would be in trouble?
name or not, I mean, that
Yeah,
doesn't make a, that doesn't,
doesn't make it right.
that doesn't add up to me.
It
I
doesn't
mean,
make it right, okay?
It
That's what
doesn't-
you're telling me, but
Exactly.
that's, you are making a request, so I do put on there. Anytime something comes in under, public comments or I give their name, okay? Anybody that comes under presentation, I give their name. Because they are requesting to be placed
but
on the
that's
agenda.
separate, that's
That
public
can't be
comment,
separate, sir.
that
It's the
is
same
public
thing.
comment.
Okay.
So I
we
mean,
can- we-
these
so-
are
so we
agenda
can
items
change-
for
we
the
can
council
amend
to
it
look at.
Leave out names or requests. So we can put a request to amend that resolution.
Yes,
And then to leave out the name of the
Yes.
requester, and then that's it, right? Then from then on, we wouldn't have to, it would be taken care of.
That's fine. I will say that's really where I've experienced it. Sometimes other members of council are not aware of things and they will say, why are we spending time on this? Who requested this? And that's really where it can sometimes come, I guess, as a confrontation or wondering why someone put it on the agenda, who did it.
well, I would rather face that situation than to have somebody come up in public comment and start with their, berating and,
Giving my address
insults
out.
and addresses and all that. I would rather say, hey, who put this item on there? And 9 times out of 10, it'd be on a friendly basis.
Mhm.
But, when, you instigate people to come up here and say things that, that to me, they're not polite, they're not correct. They're just trying to embarrass people. That doesn't sit well with me at all.
I'll say if it's an address or profanity, you can ask them to leave the meeting. Otherwise, the First Amendment and Open Meetings Act is not, it's just not charitable, to helping us with that. It can get really rough in a lot of different city meetings, and involve things that are very profane, very insulting. Sadly,
It wasn't insulting. It was that they brought my mom up and then our address too.
the address is the
That
address.
shouldn't, that, you know what I'm saying? Like, that is my mother and my address they gave out.
So your
You know?
address is the important part where they can get ejected.
Yeah, that's why
Okay,
I
good.
would.
Oh, sorry.
But
So moving forward, how would we need to stop that person from, once they say an address or start attacking somebody, how would we need to proceed?
Just ignore it. Just ignore
So would the mayor step in, the city secretary, city attorney step in? How would that work?
Be, the mayor to make the motion, but it would be the addresses, okay, information that doxes you, so your phone number, your address, basically also if it were a slur, a racial slur, that would be something that you would be able to eject someone for. However, if it is just kind of or an immediate threat, that is past fighting words,
Okay.
then you would be
At that point, would the mayor then ask the officer here to escort them out? How, like, I'm trying to ask for specifics.
yes, for safety, if that's what you all needed. Yes.
Okay, and so now also going back to the issue that happened in the past, what becomes of that? Are they no longer allowed to come in and do public speaking, but they can sit in the audience? Like, what would happen on that?
No,
it.
they would be able to come back in, and speak publicly. That would be a one-time basis. You wouldn't be able to ban them.
No, and that's fine. I'm just trying to make sure that we're in compliance.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Just let it go. Let's do that. Let me do.
Anything else?
No, I don't think I will. Thank you.
Okay. So, do y'all want to approve the minutes?
Yeah, I moved to make a motion to approve minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and second.
No.
Okay, Angela Sainz Arevalo, Robert Garcia,
Aye.
Dominic Hernandez, Naomi Hernandez,
Aye.
Alfonso Solis. Okay, thank you, Alessandra. Action items, the following items are for consideration, discussion, and action. Consideration with possible action to approve 2023-2024 audit presented by Mr. Noel Snedeker. He could not be here tonight. Okay. So no action on that one. Will he be at the next one?
Yes.
Okay. Next is consideration with possible action to approve interlocal agreement between San Patricio County and the City of Gregory. So this one is for the drainage district to be able to come in and fix the drainage issues in this neighborhood back here. It's something that apparently was already put into place between the housing authority and the drainage district. And they just need us to approve an agreement to do this project. And we hope, well, the way it's looking right now is that the neighborhood back here that flooded so badly with the last rains will connect to this ditch here and flow out into the drainage.
Is there any cost associated with this on the City of Gregory's behalf?
It will be using the money that the drainage district puts into our account. So they have an account set aside that they put money in, and that money is there for us to use to fix things like drainage.
So they give us the money.
Right,
So the only thing we're gonna pay is the material, is what I'm reading here?
correct.
Is
We
it
just,
limestone?
we're just paying for the materials. They're gonna bring their equipment, their manpower, and take care of that.
This sounds to be the way it is, that we're giving them an open check. Do we give them a limit as to how much they can spend, or is it limited by the money they have in that account?
It's limited by the money they have in that account. It doesn't look like it's gonna take all of it. Like, it might take half of what's in there. We have, I think, 300,000 in there. And they said it could take up to half, but they're not sure until they get in there and start looking at how they're gonna do it. And so that will leave half of what's in there, which is hopefully, if they don't use up to half, if they use under half, then what's left there, we can use to work on that sunset project that we've got going.
And it says that we have to establish an account with Martin Marietta, and GP Materials is, so I know that GP Materials also has limestone, if I'm not mistaken. Is there any reason why we didn't go with them, for example?
That's between the drainage district and who they're going to get their materials from.
So the county already has set aside money, but only if we use Martin Marietta.
You'd have to go talk to them if you want somebody else.
So GP doesn't keep limestone, but we buy it from Marietta or Gold anyway.
Okay, so it's cheaper for Marietta then.
Yeah.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you.
Man, that air conditioner got cold in here.
That's the reason I'm here.
I'm sure right now.
Not right now, Mama.
And how much money is it? Is it that they have set aside?
There's 300,000 in our account.
And it's only gonna be for a certain section, or is it gonna be for all of Gregory, like?
No,
once?
right now it's this section back here because this is the one with the biggest need.
Okay, And then do we go to different sections? Are we gonna?
And then, well, 300,000, the first time they told me I could have 300,000 for anything, I got all excited. And then I found out how much materials and labor and all that costs.
But that's what I'm saying.
So then, I was like, why'd you get me all excited like that? So we'll see how much is left over after they do this. And then we'll put it towards what's left, we'll put it towards the project over in
Sunset.
Sunset, yeah, in that area.
And how did they get their direction, the San Pat County saying that this is the area? Like who deems that?
The housing authority went to San Pat County and asked for this help.
Okay. And then they would go based off of the housing authority, not the city of Gregory, since their agreement is with us.
Well, the housing authority went to them to ask for help. Okay, because they're a separate entity from the city. So they can go directly to the drainage district and ask for help. So then after that, the drainage district takes over and they do their planning and everything. And then they come to us with this agreement, interlocal agreement, saying, hey, these people need this project done and they want to use this money. Do you agree to let them use this money?
Is there a?
And while
greater
it's
need?
going to benefit the housing authority, it's also going to benefit this neighborhood back here. Because once that drainage connects to this ditch, this whole neighborhood back here won't flood like it did this last time.
Is there a greater need somewhere else that, other than the Sunset area, that's also being addressed? Is there?
Well, because we want to do all of one section at the same time.
Mhm.
Like when we go into the Sunset, when we finally get in there and get to work on that project, then, we're gonna look at the drainage, we're gonna look at the sewage lines that are going through there, and then, because when you open the street, you want to be able to get everything done that needs to be done to that street and not have to come back a couple of years later and say, oh, well, we should have done this while we were at it,
But that's being funded by the grant.
Right,
The
but that's only a certain section that's being
Yes,
funded by
yes.
the grant.
But
So we can use the drainage district money, we can use the RTA money that we get and complete an entire section of town before we move on to the next section.
and the next one would be the housing authority area.
This is happening separate from that.
Yes, no, I understand that, but I mean,
That's why this needs to be done first, because once we know how much money we have left, then we can put it into that project.
What else can
the
be-
Sunset?
Mhm.
Okay, so you don't think the grant is gonna cover all of it?
Oh, the grant's not for that. It's not covering the drainage. It's covering the streets, the manholes, mainly the sewer system that is mostly clay and deteriorating.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So is there anything else that this money can be used, this 300,000 that
It's gotta be used for drainage.
it can only be done with drainage? Okay.
Maybe for thought, or maybe it's just a question, that property, that farm property.
Well, right now, no public comments. Thank you.
Not come,
Well, no, there's no discussion, sir.
I'm not discussing anything.
Okay, then be quiet.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Clean.
We're during a meeting, and we need to talk.
Agapito.
Same property there is, I was gonna ask about the farm property, what lot it is, so could they help? We could bring it up in public comment.
So my question is like the need, is it necessarily there? Or, cause I remember, I'm trying to remember when it happened, but there was a time that there was a dam close to the bay, that once that dam collapsed, that the drainage started to flow a lot better on this back section. But prior to that, I remember Third Street, Second Street, Franklin, all this area here really got really flooded.
Right, but they've connected all of that to that
That
drainage.
was already connected
Well,
whenever TxDOT.
that had that, the
So,
dam.
hold on. So whenever that connection was made, it was always flowing, but it just wasn't flowing properly. And when that dam went, everything started to flow a lot faster, and so I haven't really seen too many issues in that section. But I just wanted to see if any other council members can recollect any areas of concern.
Well, they adjusted the level of the dam.
Yeah, they widened it
They
too.
allowed more water to flow out
Yeah.
quicker.
But my question is were there any other areas that needed better drainage? Because from what I remember is that over here on the other side, Costa La Tendita, and on that side, like those ditches aren't connected to anything. They just overflow and go into the main.
Well, this is what the drainage district wants to do. This is the agreement that they've made with the housing authority.
Yeah, but I'm
And
just
so
asking
now
if there's
they're
any
coming-
other areas of concern.
Oh, I'm sure there are.
Can y'all remember any, Robert, or which is if there's any other areas of concern whenever it rains? I know that whenever that dam widened and collapsed and all that Third Street in this section here
On the
of
other
town
side too.
didn't necessarily have any flooding issues. But I'm trying to remember if there's any other areas that have higher concern that should be on a higher priority.
Well, I drive around a lot when it's
I mean,
raining.
where's that at?
I see pizza and.
Right there, right?
there.
That's what I remember too. Like everything has to overflow on the ditches and go onto the road, and then it goes into the storm drains. But yeah, those don't move. They just stay there stagnant. So I think that one might be more of a priority.
Well, that's not, that we can look at later. This one is the one the drainage district wants to do right now.
Does that say that here?
Because, and what they want is for us to give them permission to use that money.
So I don't see where it says that area specifically.
No, if they're gonna get fixed.
And are we given, my other question is, are we given 300,000 every year?
No, no. We get X amount of money every year.
That's what I was
We've not used it. We used it. I used some of it when I first came into office to clean out that arroyo by the laundromat because it was overgrown and it needed to be cleared out. So I used some of the money for that.
So they go off of your direction.
They go off of, I had to come to the council and get that approved.
So when would this part get approved of where they're gonna be?
Tonight,
Well, where does it say where or who, at whose direction?
It doesn't say anywhere, it just says assisting the city in drainage and providing more efficient drainage. Doesn't state where it is. It says the city, the county agree that the city shall pay and expense, but it doesn't say, and then the yard. I have no material bill. I don't see no address on here, like addresses of where it's gonna be done. I don't know, maybe do you see anything?
Well-
So is the purpose of this agreement just form the interlocal agreement? And then we pick it later, or?
no, this agreement, this interlocal agreement is specifically for the housing authority. I can write the drainage district and ask them to specifically put it in there.
I'm just gonna have to table it because
I
it's just,
think-
that we don't have any addresses or anything on here.
Okay,
Table it.
And then I could give Judge Craig a call and
Yeah.
ask them how they get direction. And then that way we can see if there's any.
we'll table that for the next agenda meeting.
I'll second,
I'm on motion to table it, please. Thank you.
then I'll second. For the next meeting, right?
Okay, Angela Sáenz Arevalo, Robert Garcia,
I,
Dominic Hernandez,
Aye.
Naomi Hernandez,
Aye.
Alfonso Solis. Okay. Consideration with possible action to review and select the depository institution for the City of Gregory banking and financial needs. So that was the first meeting that we had, was to choose the bank that we were gonna move to, and I believe we decided on community.
And does that meet all the requirements for Snedeker?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
Because I remember that was based off of his recommendation. I just wanted to make sure that, based off his recommendation, that that bank, community bank, met all the requirements.
correct. All right, do we have a motion to vote on this?
well, let me ask, before we vote, my concern is that during that meeting, that there was a quorum, but it was not recognized, it was a workshop, but it was not recognized as an official meeting. So is this decision that we made, is it any good? Is it something that can be questioned by somebody at a later point? Can Wells Fargo come and say, hey, wait a minute?
No, because this is standard practice. Everybody does it. Businesses, schools, any government entity does this on a regular basis. So in three to 4 years, we're gonna have to do this again and move the bank again.
Yes, no, but I mean, what I'm referring to is the decision that we made. It was myself, Alfonso, and Naomi that were there, but there's no formal record that I'm aware of that we met.
Well, it was just the scoring. So your name is on the scoring sheets. So that's a
Is
legal
it something we
record.
should ask the attorney? Should we ask the attorney that?
Sure. Alessandra?
Some here.
So we had a workshop where we scored a couple of banks because we need to change banks.
Okay.
And so we scored a couple of banks. And Councilman, go ahead and ask your question.
Go ahead.
So the question is, because there was a quorum of people, can the bank come back and say, and we didn't acknowledge it because it was a workshop, can the bank come back and say, and challenge that decision?
Did you already pass it through a resolution?
No, that's what we're doing tonight.
Okay, so, is it a different bank than what you all did the quorum for?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh,
No,
no, I'm sorry.
It's one of
Was
the
it a
two.
different bank than the one that we chose that day? No, it is not a different bank.
okay, no, you all can do that. You can vote for that,
Okay.
the resolution.
Does there have to be any public record of that forum?
It should be within your minutes. And as well the video.
Well, we didn't tape it because it was we had it as a workshop. Like usually when we get
No.
together and score.
There has to be a record, yes. So if you
Okay.
now, with the resolution.
Okay.
We'll have to do this.
So
We'll do the
for,
minutes from our notes of entry.
Okay.
There was.
So there were
Yeah, I took minutes in.
Oh.
I wrote for minutes.
so yeah, we have minutes. The secretary made notes of that meeting.
Okay, and the workshop was posted,
Yes.
public attendance?
There were two who are here in the audience. Is he still here?
Yeah, we just left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there were two.
Okay, but it was posted, at City Hall and on the website?
Yes.
None. The web,
No, not on the website.
not on the website.
It can be, ideally it's both. If you all have a website, you should be posting it on both.
And then would that apply to all future workshops from this point on?
I would recommend that, if you're, the public can come, yes.
Okay,
The only thing that we put-
so, do y'all not want to vote on this?
So is this something to be in compliance? Would we need to record those minutes of meetings first and then approve them and then move forward with the resolution?
I would recommend that you voted now, if you want to move forward with the resolution.
Actually, it's not even a resolution, it's just an action to select a depository institution.
Yes, then I would move forward with the vote. Just vote again now.
Voting in it now and then also updating the minutes of meeting for the next meeting as well,
For this
from
meeting,
the previous workshop.
you don't have to update those. Just put them now on the record.
Okay,
So nothing was captured of that item to begin with from the workshop?
No.
no, Norma took notes, our city secretary took notes, but we didn't record it.
Okay, just take the minutes now and let's record the actual decision.
We do have it recorded, but it's
Okay.
by,
A citizen.
A citizen.
A citizen did record the meeting.
We would need the city, to have it in minutes as well as a recording. How long ago was the workshop?
20th of June.
I would recommend that you all take those minutes now, and vote again.
Okay. So we'd have to have the written minutes?
Yes, now, just take it now for the decision.
Okay.
It would be inappropriate to amend the minutes later on.
Okay,
Will they be able to carry them on?
so we could do the minutes and amend it next time,
Carry them to the next.
correct, but we can still vote on this now.
Because you didn't vote on it.
No, we didn't vote on anything.
You all should vote on it now, and that should be reflected in the minutes for this meeting.
Okay.
And the timing of voting for this is important because it's coinciding with the transition to encode, isn't it?
Correct.
That was-
Correct. We need to have that in place so that way the encode process can move forward.
and with-
Because it makes no sense to get everything in place and then we're gonna have to do it over again to put the new bank in.
Yes, no, I understand that, yeah.
Mhm.
And it's based off of the recommendation from our auditor.
Correct.
It was for it, so.
My phone was.
So everyone's good with community bank?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to select community bank depository institution for the city of Gregory banking and financial needs.
A second.
Okay. Angela Sáenz Arevalo. Robert Garcia,
Aye.
Dominic Hernandez,
Aye.
Naomi Hernandez,
Aye.
and Alfonso Solis. Okay. Next is consideration to approve resolution 2026-0701, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gregory, Texas, accepting the transition of Attorney Donald KUBICEK from City Attorney to Prosecutor for the city and commending Mr. KUBICEK for many years of service as city attorney, providing for open meeting clauses and providing for an effective date.
I thought it was supposed to be done this time.
Sir.
Motion to discuss.
Thank you so much for your service for many councils.
Thank you, man.
And I do have a certificate of appreciation for you, but it seems like that's just not, that doesn't even, match up to years of service. So thank you very much.
I'm gonna request, I want to request clarification on this item because I don't understand why we're going to transition him from being the city attorney to specifically a prosecutor.
Well,
where-
because he won't
where-
be the city attorney, he'll just be the prosecutor, which is what he's been all along.
Yes. But he's
So
been the
it's maybe
prosecutor.
transition was not the word to use there.
No, because he's been the prosecutor, but when he was hired in 2016, he was hired as the city attorney. In 2023, he received a pay increase, and it was based on him being the city attorney. And when you're the city attorney, you perform both duties. I'm not exactly sure where it became that he was only a prosecutor but still attending the meetings. We're only getting half of our money's worth because he's limited as far as being able to participate in giving us opinions, advice, or what have you. So when we do replace or do hire a new attorney,
Oh, we do have an attorney. We do have attorneys.
well, those are consultants. That is
No,
city
sir,
consultant.
she's our city attorney.
Who hired her?
She's been with us. Well,
No.
Cynthia's been with us. Miss Cynthia's been with us, okay? But she doesn't come to the meetings
No,
because we had Mr. KUBICEK.
but
So she was pretty much just doing like our legal work.
well, here we go back to
So now
no.
she's the city, we
No.
have a city attorney, but because she doesn't come to the meetings, she's appointed this person.
We
who's
didn't
in
hire her, ma'am. And you're saying that we had Mr. Kubicek in the past, but again, he's a prosecutor. We've been told that over and over.
Mhm.
He does not have the expertise as far as being a city attorney.
Well,
So
I doubt that that's true.
well, I
Okay.
mean, that's what we've been told. I mean, I'm just going with what I know.
Yeah.
So why do we want to move him? What I want to do is hire a completely brand new city attorney that will do both. That is what I envision.
Well, that's something you'll have to take up with Judge Diaz
Mhm.
because he works for her court and the municipal portion.
Mhm.
Municipal court, he gets paid from the municipal court account for
Mhm.
being the prosecutor. So that's something you'll have to take up with her
But he wasn't
because
just getting-
he
wasn't just
gets
getting paid.
paid.
Is that
He wasn't
correct?
just getting paid for municipal, I mean, from what I'm showing on here on the contract, he was getting paid for that.
Yeah, because in 2026 or 2023, he got an increase in pay from the city for.
Hang on a second. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, sir, when it comes to the division, I understand, the desire to have the city attorney and the prosecutor do both. With our firm, and what I would recommend is to have the prosecutor just be a separate attorney. It does not need to be the same pay. Okay, so you can change it related to that. I recommend the prosecutor being a different attorney because they also represent the interests of the state, which is not the same as just the interests of the city. So the city has priorities when it comes to code enforcement, but there are other things when it comes to the state, like traffic enforcement, other things like PIs, theft, that are very much about the state, and it's statutorily defined, to do justice by the state. The city is more involved in the code enforcement, where you all have those priorities that the prosecutor can follow as to your input, with the community, but I think it's very valuable, to separate it. And it's two different, salaries. It's not going to be the same salary.
Well, what I'm understanding from all this right now is that we're making this resolution as an accommodation to maintain or to keep you employed as a city attorney now.
I mean,
Am
I'm not
I
yet,
correct?
it's a separate item.
No, because you're only gonna be present, via Zoom or what have you.
That's correct, sir. It's a separate item, so you all are free to, vote against our firm. That's okay.
And that's a consideration that I'm going to suggest that we make.
And wouldn't we get a better price if we had both with one law firm versus two separate entities? Like buying in bulk per se versus buying separate?
It's your consideration. We do have clients who just have a completely different prosecutor, from a different firm, or it's an individual that they trust. No one needs to do both. It's whatever cost effective and also who you trust.
And then is it true that we would need to get it approved by Judge Diaz?
So, for the prosecutor, yes, if you would like to do it that way and he's known. For the law firm generally, you all could either appoint it, as an agenda item, or you could also put out, basically a bidding process. You could start that to receive bids from other law firms, and other individual attorneys.
But Judge Diaz would have the final say so whether or not we could hire them.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
So the Judge Diaz would ultimately say whether or not we would be able to hire them as a prosecutor.
No, it would be the decision of council. It's still up to council. You take the
Okay, so it's
judges
not up to Judge Diaz.
into,
Okay.
yeah, you would just take the judge's input into consideration. It's the same way that you all have to vote, on the judge. If you all would not want to continue the judge's contract, it's up to you.
Gotcha.
Both decisions are up to you.
Well,
No prosecutor.
it's my understanding that Cynthia Trevino, it's here on the minutes, was hired as the special counsel. I don't know what special counsel is defined to mean, but there was a purpose.
She was being used. We had Mr. KUBICEK, but she was being used because at the time when we brought them in, they were special counsel because we were working with our CCN project. So they came in on board as special counsel, but we were using her as for ordinances for everything else that comes along.
Mhm.
So we considered her special counsel, but she is an attorney for the city.
And then she left, was she independent?
No,
She left to join now this new
this
firm?
law firm, correct.
So whenever that happens, don't you go back out for bid or go back to reconsider?
No, we followed her because she was the one that knew our history and she knew everything that was here with us. As far as ordinances, as far as employees, as far as anything that had to do, because they were the ones doing our personnel policy and everything that came on board.
And now they're the ones working with us to have all the legal parts of the end code in place as they come up. So they've been with us since the beginning of the end code process.
So that is the special counsel purpose.
Putting,
And I want to limit it to that. I mean, as a new council, we hired them to do A, B, and C and no more and no less. Now we're shifting over to making them the city attorney. How did that happen? Without our knowledge.
Great. That's a separate item. We don't need to be the city attorney. You can go out for bids, you can do whatever. We have just done what has been asked, by the city. But it is up to the choice of council, to choose. That's a separate agenda item on this agenda. You know, you can go out for bids, you can appoint someone that's also approved, you know, for local government. So it's your choice. You don't have to do anything with us if you don't want to.
So, but the point of the resolution is to excuse Mr. KUBICEK from the city council,
Mhm.
and that's it. That is
Well,
the
it says
point of the
transition of
resolution.
attorney
And it says transition to attorney,
to
yeah,
prosecutor.
to prosecutor.
Right, because he's going to be coming off of city council.
So we're gonna pay 1, 2, 3. Are we paying 2? So we're gonna
Two.
be paying 2 attorneys.
Correct.
Plus, if we go out for another bid, no.
So
Mm-mm.
this is what I'll say. Every attorney bit or you know is billed differently. So it would depend on his structure. We're not paid by a salary by you all, so it depends on the work that we do. You know, we divide it. You're not paying for 3 different attorneys as salary.
So how do we need to word this
It needs to be worded
agenda
different, because
item?
Well, this is the way it's worded for the agenda, so
So we
that's
can
what you
amend
have
this
to.
wording, correct? We can amend this wording?
Well,
It would have, I mean, what about the wording would you like to amend?
No, I don't think we're in a position, we're not ready to make that transition depending on what we decide to do.
Well,
This is preempting our decision to look into and hire a city attorney.
yes.
I did
And-
not place this item.
No, I'm not.
no, what you guys asked for was to remove Mr. KUBICEK from the city council. So that's what we got. We removed Mr. KUBICEK from the city council. And he will just be with the municipal court until you make another decision.
And you all can take your time, you know, still. It's up to you. We did not place this item. It was just
No,
based.
we understand that, yeah. Now, I would prefer to table it for a later
Yeah,
date.
just go ahead and table it.
Okay.
Then I make the motion to table the item D.
Okay.
Welcome back. Yeah.
Is there a second?
Should we make an amendment?
Second.
I'll second it, yeah.
Okay, Angela
Okay.
Sáenz
I have a
Arevalo.
question for her prior to our ruling. How would we go about it to where Mr. KUBICEK is done completely with the city council and as a prosecutor and also be able to go out for bid? What would be the normal process that you recommend?
So you know, it depends. Would you all want to keep him on as the prosecutor?
That's what I just asked. How would you go about having him not be city council and not be prosecutor at the same time, but also going out for a rebid?
You know, and
Right.
we have clients who have a separate prosecutor. You know, I want to make that clear. You know, they're not even with our firm, just in case you all are wondering that. If you would like to do the whole thing differently, you could go out to bids. You could also appoint us. But going out for bids would give you more options.
Yeah, so should we table this on I don't know, on the premises of receiving 3 bids?
Well, you
We need to-
the number of bids that you'll receive.
So
You
we
know,
would have to let them go and then advertise? That would be the normal procedure, is to let them go, then advertise?
so you would post a notice for bids. You could set it for the timeline, you know, that you all consider practical. And there are guidelines that you follow. We would send you just a basic memo, you know, of the way to follow it. But there are strict guidelines from the state.
So should we make a motion right now for that in this agenda item?
If you would like to go out for bids, yes, instead of just appointing a law firm.
Are we required to bid or can we just appoint somebody? My
You
understanding,
somebody, you can appoint somebody. That's fine.
so that's why I would prefer to table it, and we have that option to, do one or the other. We either go out for bids, or we find, we know of somebody, we can appoint them.
Well, you'd still have to bring, because it's a public entity, so we would have to let the public know,
Yes, yes.
you know, so.
Would write in the agenda appointing this, okay, lawyer or this law firm within the agenda, but you do have that right. If you would like to just appoint someone under state law, I can send that, but the bidding would give you the most options if you all want to look at different options.
Yes, because we can find somebody that we really like, but they only want to be the city attorney. They don't want to be the prosecutor.
Right.
So we would have that option, but you know.
So you would have to also have somebody who's knowledgeable in finance, because they would have to be able to work the legal sections of the end curve.
Mhm.
Whereas these folks have already been doing that from the beginning.
Yes.
So would the normal route or the normal process be to excuse Mr. KUBICEK from both jobs right now and this amendment, and then go out for?
No,
Yeah.
you really don't have to. It's we occasionally are just the city attorney, and there are other firms or individuals who are the city prosecutor. However, we also offer prosecutor services, and we have members of our firm who just prosecute. So it would be up to you. And like I said, you're not paying multiple attorneys a salary. It's just the hours that we do individually.
If we do number D, if we table D, we can't go to E, which we would have to approve a law firm. So it doesn't, that's why I said it don't make no sense, these action items that they put, because it's D, and then it's a resolution of the city council to the city for appointments on the law firm. But then we'd be paying Mr. KUBICEK for the prosecution, because he would be still working for prosecute, right? That's what I'm saying. So D don't make no sense with E.
It's up to you all how you would like to continue. Like I said, we have many clients who don't have the same prosecutor as they do for the city attorney. However, we do offer prosecutorial services. It's just up to you all. Like I said, we did not write the agenda.
No, yes,
Yeah,
ma'am,
we
but
know that.
what we want is to go through the bidding process, and you would be welcome, more than welcome, to
Of
put in
course.
a bid, to
Yes.
put in a bid. Right now, I don't know what our cost is.
Of
I
course.
have no idea, and I don't want to discuss it now, but I don't. The only thing I know is what we're paying currently. And, I want to give us the fair opportunity
We
to
would-
find and decide what we're willing to spend for a city attorney, whether he's both or only one. But right now, we don't.
No, there's no worries. We did not, we're not trying to be appointed. We usually, would like the bidding process, and we submit a lot of information to you all so you can make the best choice.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's also due to, your criteria that you would like to make for the bid notice. But you could do either one, but the bidding would give you the most options. You're just dependent upon who bids, you don't know the number of people who could reply or the number of firms, but you could go out again if you did not think it was sufficient. But the bidding would give you options as to who replies.
So according to the agenda, would it still be legal to make a motion to get rid of Mr. KUBICEK for both attorney and prosecutor?
But that would leave us without a prosecutor.
Right.
So.
But that's.
No. It says, it would be okay to move him basically to just prosecution. That's what the item is that you guys would be deciding on at this time.
But my question is, can we make the motion to just get rid of him total for both?
I don't think so. I think that you all would have to do the prosecution separately because it's a motion to move him from city attorney to just prosecutor.
Okay, and is there a duration that we would need to have him for?
No. It's your vote. Unless
Is
it has a contract that
there a contract for him?
You got a copy.
Yeah, there was.
Very end.
23, yeah.
Yeah, I believe it expires, what is it, or it was entered October 13th of 2013, I believe. So is it for year to year or is it continuous or I'm not sure how the contract
Yeah, this is.
works.
It's continuous and terminating it, Will. You want to get rid of it? It's terminating.
Well, the desire, sir, and there's no offense to you, sir. I appreciate you being here and all that, but to provide on the spot advice, direction, and what have you. And I know your specialty is the being a prosecutor. So please, I don't mean to come across insensitive or derogatory or any way. I like the mayor just said, we appreciate you being here, but I feel that we need more direct advice on the spot. But we need to know what we're getting into. We need to know the cost. We have a person online. I don't know who hired her or how much or what have you. So that is my question, and that's what I want to address here. That's what was the purpose of my agenda item, my request to find more information. But
Well,
decisions are being made without.
you can do that. You can get more information. That's not a problem, but that's not what you asked for. What you asked for was a resolution removing Mr. KUBICEK from the city council.
Mhm.
So that is the item up on the agenda.
And it was my understanding that as the city attorney, he was performing both functions.
Right, because he
And
was
then
here.
we come to find out that no, he's only a prosecutor.
Well, but he's been doing the city attorney. I don't know. I wasn't here in 2016. I wasn't even in the city,
Me-
so I cannot answer that question.
No, that's irrelevant. I mean.
So the point is,
It's right now today and that's
right,
what we're
it is
addressing.
right now today.
Yeah.
And today the resolution is to excuse Mr. KUBICEK from city council.
Mhm.
That's
So
what you
we
asked
can-
for.
We can
That's what
change
we
that
wrote.
wording then, right? Just to remove from city council. And then whatever, I mean, it doesn't need to say transition of attorney to prosecutor only. We can just say that
We're just removing
removing
them
him from
city council.
from
Well-
city attorney.
Attorney, yes, that's how the item is worded, so he could remain the city prosecutor.
Yeah, but we don't have to put the wording in of transition because he's already both. It's just removing him from city attorney.
Well, from the contract that I read at the end of the whole package is that he was hired as a city attorney to perform both functions. Because in 2023, he received a pay increase.
Yep.
Because the number of court cases had increased.
Mhm.
And he did receive one. And I mean, that was decided. I'm not gonna question that. But it's all been on the basis that he's been performing both duties. And then come to find out that being a city attorney, president of the council meetings is something that's outside of his qualifications.
So, okay, so the item on the agenda is to remove him from the city council.
And sir, his pay would change, if he's just a city prosecutor, you all would vote on that.
Well, we would have to find all that out first before we make that decision to put him, you know.
Do you know what it would change to?
Well, you would still need a prosecutor because I believe municipal court is this week.
Yeah, but that's.
So they would still need their prosecutor.
And we're not in place at this time, you know, like you all on the next item would like to go out for bids, you know, for an option. So Mr. KUBICEK is still in place.
And that's how I would like to leave it. I mean, to let things be as they are right now, because we're not in a position to hire an attorney, because we don't have anybody in mind, so.
But they're doing the city attorney stuff right now, right?
I'm sorry?
Correct.
They're doing the city attorney stuff right now.
Correct.
So we just have redundancy. So by
Correct.
getting rid of Mr. KUBICEK for the city attorney, we still have them.
Correct.
So,
But you'd still need a prosecutor because I believe municipal court is this coming week.
right, so I just don't know where
Okay.
we are is on the, where, do you know offhand what the pay is for the city prosecutor?
I know what I'm being paid. But I'm not separate, it's not separate.
Oh, it's not separate right now.
No, it's for both positions.
Okay, so. is
For
there-
both, yes.
Exactly, that's why we're
Okay,
trying
so
to.
is there
Right,
a-
so we could renegotiate that for his, just for the prosecutor part.
Okay, yeah, because, I
We
mean.
can do
it's
that
almost
next time.
irrelevant right now because you don't have the pricing for this transition. Does that
So,
make
so we
sense?
don't know anything to make the decision right now. We don't
Yeah,
know
but
what.
We don't have the pricing for.
So you want to leave Mr. KUBICEK in place?
Yes, for the
Because I
time
mean, you
being.
don't have nothing, you just put on here many years of service and.
That's what you asked for.
Open meetings clauses and providing for an effective date. That's why we were,
For one of
okay, well then y'all should, but when we ask for that information, we're asking for everything. Right,
Well,
we're
that's
asking
what you asked for, was to remove him from the council.
We're asking for.
we don't know.
Okay.
So,
I mean,
so just for this resolution here, it says to do the transition for not doing the city attorney and only being a prosecutor, but there's no pay or money information on here for doing that transition.
And so I would say, you know, at this point,
Hang on, hang on.
If we passed it right now, would he still be getting the same pay?
no, oh, you would adjust it for the prosecutorial services. And we have not been formally retained, okay, as the city attorney. That's why it's the second item. We were picking up other things that the city assigned us. However, to make us a city attorney, that's a separate vote. It seems like you all would like to go out for bids, which you can do. But in the meantime, with Mr. KUBICEK, you would need a city attorney. Whether it's him or you would like to use us in the interim.
Right, that's correct. I understand that, but we just don't have any of that information of how much the price would be.
No, of course, and that would be your decision. So when we go out or if you'd like to go out for bids, we can provide our pricing. You can also negotiate with Mr. KUBICEK for what you would do for the prosecutorial services.
Because at the,
So what would you do?
So what do you want to do? You want to leave Mr. KUBICEK in place until
What
we,
would the pricing be?
well, how would we know that?
I feel like this is like out in the open for, I feel like it's putting you out there, you know?
and Mr. KUBICEK may or may not even, you know,
Want to keep the same price?
want to continue.
Yeah.
I mean, with the change being made. So, I mean, we have all these options to consider. But this is an open item where we don't know. But once we make that decision, we're pretty much, you know,
Well, that's what you all asked for. You asked to remove him from the city council. And that's what we got, was a resolution to remove him from the city council.
But there's no pay. Like,
Well, that's something you'd have to
why wouldn't that,
negotiate
why
later,
wouldn't that be brought up right now though? Like. why
because that's
wouldn't-
not what you asked for.
So you have to ask for everything specifically in order to make these decisions?
You do. I mean, how else are you gonna make a decision?
I mean, if you don't have any money on here, then that's part of.
But that's not what you asked for. You just asked to have it removed
I'm just.
from the council.
I didn't-
So that's what's here. To remove them from the council.
Right here. Okay, so when will we go into negotiations? Right now in front of everyone or?
No, that would have to be another agenda item.
Okay.
You have to decide what it is that you're willing to pay, because I don't think that there is.
It seems backwards.
I know it is backwards. I mean, cause like we did request it and everything, but then you didn't put like nothing on here and then you just keep putting then resolution it don't make no sense. Just table it off because it's just ridiculous.
And if you
Yeah.
all would like to go out for bids, you can do that. Just make it a different agenda item and you all can, go out for bids for different services for city attorney. It does not have to be matched with the prosecutor.
Okay, so can we would have to put that on the next agenda.
Next agenda, yes, sir.
And I also say that we have, you can retain Mr. KUBICEK, if you feel that that's complicated, you can talk to us and we have a different prosecutor, who you can work with. We bill by the hour, but you all actually we bill by 6 minutes, not even by the hour. So, it's all based on that. We don't make a salary, but you can retain whoever you want. We don't need to do both.
Can we table this, but also having, but also to have bids for the next meeting
That's the next item.
and pricing?
Would have to do a separate agenda item for that because this was set up to appoint a lawyer.
I was just gonna add real quick, I think, Texas procurement law states that, attorneys and engineers are selected based on quality-based services, not on bids. We wanna make sure.
Because it's off of best value.
No, it's off of, getting their qualifications.
Qualifications?
Yeah, any negotiate by staff, you select.
Right, off of best value. So not necessarily going off of
Yeah, just the term.
lowest.
Just the term,
cost.
it's not a bid, it's a huge, statement of qualification, so
Yeah.
you wanna be careful the way you word it to protect the city.
Okay.
You can go out
Yeah,
for
we're-
process, for basically doing that, but you also have the power to appoint someone. However, I would recommend going out for bids so that you all can feel secure, in seeing your options.
So far, Q.
For the it will not include prices, okay, because you're looking at qualifications. You don't see prices at that point.
So what do y'all want to do?
Now, I want to make a motion to table the item until we can get a better handle on it.
All right. I believe you made that motion earlier and Naomi seconded it. So are you ready to vote on that?
Yes.
All right. Angela Sáenz Arevalo, Robert Garcia,
Aye.
Dominic Hernandez, Naomi Hernandez, Alfonso Solis. Okay. Well, looks like you can't get rid of us yet. All right. E,
On their board, it's so negative.
effective consideration with possible action to approve resolution 2026-0702, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gregory, Texas, approving the appointment of the law firm Borosquez to provide legal services as city attorney and appointment of city attorney and assistant city attorneys, open meeting clauses, and providing for an effective date. So we are going to hold off on that one too, yes? Okay,
Where did you get the name Borosquez?
That's-
Who are they?
that's this firm,
They're these guys.
yes.
What's the name of the?
I didn't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
Don't ask me to spell it, I can't.
BOJOQURERDZ.
Okay. So who's making the motion to table?
I'll make a motion to table it. If it's nothing.
Okay, second,
Should we
Okay.
table it with the motion to, or table it with the next meeting so where we get some qualification there?
Well, you've had the discussion, so we'll just table it until you have something else in place.
We'll put it on the next agenda and, we'll ask for RFQ, I mean bids or whatever you want.
Okay, that's good. Then F is discussion and approve resolution 260703, a resolution to award for selected grant management firm for pre-grant application and implementation services for the City of Gregory, the Texas Water Development Board.
Y'all are ready. Motion to table.
Oh, it was Naomi? Alfonso? Okay. And then the next one is discuss and approve resolution 20260703, a resolution to award to selected grant management firm for pre-application and implementation services for the City of Gregory's Texas Water Development Board Program. Supply and infrastructure grants. If applicable, Gregory's designated representative is authorized to negotiate and agree for a final fee on behalf of the entity. So GrantWorks was the only one that sent one in. So there wasn't really anybody else to score.
And who's Gregory?
Monday?
Needed
For the no match grant. Mhm.
Who's Gregory's designated representative?
Was this the workshop?
No.
No, this was the scoring of the engineer and the grant.
Okay, let's
manager.
table that. I'm gonna go ahead and table it.
When did that happen?
When do we have to have that in?
You only have till July the 30th, and that's when you're working with the engineers and so we'll be,
So you only have until July 30th. So if we don't have this in place, and this is basically just saying that we are serious about doing this and we have a firm, grant management, and we have the engineers that we picked.
Well, you picked.
I did not pick. There was a committee that picked.
Motion to table it.
All right, well, if you table it,
The committee.
it was Abel, me, George, and David.
So yeah, motion to table it.
So nobody on the current council?
I sent out an email. I asked you all. We put out a agenda in case of a quorum.
You were already
Nobody
notified
showed
that
up.
that time. Since
And then I
last-
sent you an email a few days before.
We had already told you, nobody was gonna be able to make it on that date, and you still made it. to that
Again,
date.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
so
I
then
have,
you made it on that date, knowing that none of us were
you
gonna show
didn't
up.
say anything
No,
until
that-
after I sent the second invitation out. Yes.
It's the last meeting, so
So-
don't
So
start.
why isn't there any of the information of who was selected for the professional engineering, architecture and survey services?
The information, the packets, we have the packets. We have the packets. But if you do not vote on this now, then we are going to lose this grant. And again, this is free money from the state to improve the water lines, the fresh water lines.
Exactly, and I will asked it to
What
motion
part
to
of-
table it,
what-
so.
Well, if you table it, it won't go through.
To the 27th. Mm-hmm,
Monday?
to the,
Then
we
you
have-
know that we're doing half, we're not doing the engineer, just the administrative service.
The administrative service.
Okay.
yeah, we have till the 27th, we got another meeting coming up on the 27th, you said by the 30th, so on the 27th, we'll be ready. So go ahead and motion to table it,
So you're gonna come in and score them.
yeah, maybe.
Can we have a special call meeting for this?
Yes, I
Yes.
mean, yeah, we can, because
I'm
then.
sorry, I guess what project is this that y'all are talking about?
It's a new grant.
It's a new grant.
Okay, well, what project
It
is
takes
this?
time to process the application and get all the documents. And within 3 days, and I don't know what 27th look like, I don't know if it's a Thursday or Friday to submit.
Mm.
So it's a time management thing. And you only have like right now, we have less than 15 days to work on the application, so our app writers can submit, work with the engineers, make sure the engineers, where we all selected the next agenda has all the documents and the plans that is required to submit with it, along with the financials that they're asking.
So what water line that, like, this is,
Discuss with the project, once y'all select what project y'all wanna look at and what priority. And those that will be involved with the water development.
so
Able
we're
has-
applying for a grant with not knowing what we want.
Well, what, the mayor is saying is, to the council is, we want to apply. We wanna apply for this grant. There's different priorities and departments and categories of what you want to do with these funds in the water development.
That's not what was
Yeah.
said. That was not what was said, and I mean bashed all over Facebook, I'm sorry.
And
But
then,
you said it was free money.
it
and
is
stuff
free
like
money.
that we decided not to show up.
it's a 0%.
I understand, but I'm just like.
What's the amount?
No, I'm just,
You can get up to $1 million.
Up to $1 million?
Yeah, $500,000 to $1 million.
We were supposed to
that have
come in
manager.
when we had told her.
I'm not against us getting this grant and applying for it, but I don't like the designated representative being the mayor at the moment. I don't. feel
Well, that's who it is, because legally I'm the one that has to sign.
So I don't feel that it's very transparent amongst us.
Well-
So, like, that's my understanding. And who was selected for the engineering portion?
Y'all haven't selected that
We
letter.
haven't selected.
That's letter green for the engineer firm.
That was because Abel, George, and what's his name?
That's
Desiree.
based under the administrative services consultant.
Okay, so I guess,
We were just work closely with the engineer that y'all select.
and so who was selected?
We don't know yet. I don't know.
Oh, okay,
That's in
okay.
G. That's the next.
So
one.
in
It
G,
has
I
to be a
guess-
Separate, action item.
So now just motion to table.
So if after board, Gregory's designated representative is authorized to negotiate and agree to final fee on entity. So we can designate a representative, is that correct? What is her name? by-
Alessandra?
Alessandra.
So-
In this motion or in this discussion or resolution, can we designate the representative to be somebody else other than the mayor? Because it doesn't really say anything of that the mayor's it, other than what we've been told.
It's the mayor, the city administrator, or the city manager, just because they are legally, okay, the people who sign. City council votes, so that makes you all kind of, I don't want to say biased, but that's kind of the way that the law would work. So the mayor can't vote, unless there's a tie, and then the city manager is employed by you all. So it would not be one of you. However, you can, request and demand that the city, that the mayor shows you whatever they are approving. In council, she sends it to you.
So nobody on the board or nobody on the city council can be the representative, is what you're saying?
Yes, correct. You can sit on a board, to look at things more closely, but you cannot be the representative. You are subject to, to the votes and the constituents. So it makes you, I don't want to say, it makes you susceptible to being biased. I'll put it that way.
So would there be, so are you trying to say that there could be a conflict of interest?
Yes.
Politely. Okay, we'll just say that. It makes more sense to say conflict of interest.
It depends. Conflict of interest is defined in a certain way. It's
don't
not
worry,
just,
you're charging me every 6 minutes.
yes, correct.
Free money.
And we're already here 3 hours.
I know.
Free money.
I know that wasn't really what we're supposed to do. We can go ahead and do it this week if somebody, I know. Robert, are you free this week? Alfonso, anybody free this week so we can go ahead and do the grant scoring or whatever? Because I wasn't able to make it. I know Alfonso had already said he wasn't gonna be able to make it due to family. You weren't able to make it till July the 9th for a family thing.
For during the week? For
Yeah.
During the week?
For when?
Well, that's what I'm saying, because I mean,
Friday?
I don't care.
or Saturday?
I don't care. Whatever.
I mean,
Whatever.
yeah, I'm open.
Okay, so we can table it and then we can do the grant scoring or something like that.
Yeah, because I'm
I
not
mean,
comfortable
I'm not
approving
comfortable-
something that was
Yeah,
reviewed and,
reviewed by
I mean,
somebody
if
else.
you want to approve, go to George, go to.
Yeah.
Go to the 4B, go to Able, let him approve it, but I'm not gonna approve it.
I'm not
Well,
either.
the rules on the scoring sheet.
Well, that's besides the point. I just know that I didn't.
The
see it.
committee must include at least one local elected official, such as the mayor or county judge, a member of an elected governing body or an entity, an employee with authority to act on behalf of the local elected officials in this capacity. The committee may consist of the entire local governing body, a subset of the governing body, other officers or employees of the locality, employees or officers of third-party public utilities served through the project, or other relevant persons. So I was trying to get this done so that we could stay on track. So, okay. So there was only one grant administrator, which is the one that this one is supposed to be approving. There was only one that came in.
But along that, do the strings come with the engineer, with all the other parties that are involved, or is it?
This is standalone, just the grant administrator.
Yeah, the next agenda item is.
The next agenda item
Engineering.
is the one for the engineering.
So they go hand in hand, you know, and I'm not comfortable voting for either one of them.
Do we have any of those, I guess, what the committee scored everyone?
Yeah, you can go look at them.
Do you have it here in this packet?
No.
No, they're not in the packet, they're in the conference room. Because it's a lot of paper.
Don't know. Cause I'm not comfortable either, Kim.
No, if you don't want to do it, we won't do it. Let's see.
And then what is your charge on it for us? Nothing?
It's in our packet that we submitted, and so, up to 58,000 of funding that you receive, we'll be charging 5.8%. Now, if you get up to 113,000, we'll be charging 5.65%, and it goes less percentage on more that you receive. Correct. And it was in our.
That's what I'm saying, I mean,
Yeah,
if
I've
we-
been seeing the proposals.
So this is a grant that we're applying for. So my understanding is that we're in violation of SB 1851, so is that gonna disqualify us from this application moving forward until we're back in compliance?
This.
I don't know if I understand the audit's gonna be done on the 27th. And that issue, that, you know. Well, if you need it right now, I mean, I'm requiring what Noel told me today. All I can answer.
So I'm sorry, I'm a little bit hard of hearing. If I speak loudly, it's because
No,
I can't hear myself.
Okay.
But I missed what you said, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. If the audit not from Noel with Tony's gonna get the 27th, your next meeting is what I understand.
The 24th, the 24 audit. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
And then, but the 25 is the one that's the critical one, isn't it? And that's already 4 months behind.
I was told, Johnny, the critical was the 24th, what I understand.
I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm just repeating what I got.
We have to have the 24, the 25 we can submit to them because it's gonna be done anyway. We were trying to get both of them done before the end of July. We can only get one done. So that one's
if
gonna be
it's not
submitted.
done, would we still be able to, would that disqualify us? For the
It's
grant.
not up to us to qualify you or not, but what the Texas Water Board is saying is submit your documents and then they'll score them as they, follow through. Now, your question was, will it hinder y'all if y'all don't apply or not? This is something new that's coming around. Texas Water Board usually does not have a zero match, which is a great opportunity for any type of water development project that y'all might have, whatever priority. In that, if y'all decide to go with us, then you will sit with our client resource and have a discussion of what project you would like to submit, which is your priorities. And I heard y'all say, I think there's a department out there that probably already knows where, this water project could fall under on the needs of the community.
Correct.
Did I answer this question? I was trying to answer them. Now, we're the 13th,
Mm-hmm.
okay? If y'all decide to go out for bids, which is RFP, request for proposal, y'all will not have time to submit the application because you have to advertise. Okay, and depending on when your newspaper goes out on the deadline, you have to advertise twice. And you need at least 14 to 30 days to advertise. And then you have to come back and score them, and then after that, it's already over because when you submit the application, you'll be over the due date. So today was to agree that you want to apply. That's what it was for today. Was that, yes, we want to apply, we want to hire the consultant that, y'all choose to move forward.
So not to go out of order for the agenda, but was there an RFP for the engineering services?
Mm-hmm. We have 6.
For the engineer, they have been advertised, they submitted packages. They were due, I believe, I can't remember the 21st, I believe. And, they've already been submitted, so that's where the scoring comes in. And that's the scoring that was done, because we needed to have these resolutions approved. So there wasn't anybody else besides GrantWorks that applied for the admin, so those are that's the only choice you have right now. So you can approve them as your admin, because they're the only ones that apply. Your engineering, if you want to come in and do the scoring all over again, you still have enough time, but we have to make sure you approve it on the 27th to give us the time.
Yeah.
If they've already been done.
No.
But the admin, you can go ahead and approve her because she's the only one that applied. And it was advertised.
So is that true that would still fall on the timeline?
On your engineer goes hand in hand with your admin services together, because that's what you're working on to submit the application.
Right.
So if you hire an engineer in the 27th, you still have to go out and rebid, and it's gonna be the same time.
So not necessarily go out for rebid because we already have this.
Yes,
Right.
and to
So
my
maybe-
understanding, you wanna follow, go ahead.
So I'm guessing, so I'm sorry if it's lost in communication, but so if approved for the admin, your section, right? And looking at the bids or reviewing the bids and then selecting one on the 27th or 24th, whatever the date is for the next meeting, would that still give enough time to complete the application?
I'm gonna be honest, no,
No.
because you're not giving them time for the admin services and the engineer to prepare all the documents moving forward, the third.
Right, because
27th.
you're only given so much, like 2
Yeah,
days to do
Yeah,
that
we
work.
only have a small window.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a tight timeline anyway to begin with.
Is there any way that we can at least maybe even go into, I don't know, closed session to go and review these? Would that be something that we can do right now?
It took 3 hours to go through all
Just
of
to
them.
review, I mean, just to get our eyes on something. Does that make sense?
Can you sit it for 2 hours?
I can't,
Well,
we all
well,
of us work, all of us work.
But even at that, would we be able to even,
Because even, we don't have to set it, because there's gonna be 3 groups, there's 4, but I have to put. an agenda.
Okay, well then,
Well, because we need to vote on it anyway prior to the 27th.
exactly.
So we would need a special meeting for Sunday, for example, Monday.
Monday.
You want to set up an agenda tomorrow?
Not Sunday or Monday. I can come Monday.
Monday.
But you would still have to approve.
Yeah, so we would have to come in periodically to review the applicants or proposals, other than the admin, of course, because that's the only one that we received. But then to give us some time to review it and then make a decision on Monday. Right? Unless. Attorney.
Ms. Alessandra.
Yes. Alessandra, can you repeat your question again, sir?
Can you repeat the question again?
So if we approve tonight for the admin, and then we have some time to review since there was only one applicant or one bid, to set a special meeting on Monday to be able to make the decision then, instead of waiting the following Monday, to give them enough time. So I'm sure we can do that, right? As long as we make a special meeting.
Yes.
And put this on there.
Yes, you may, and you have sufficient time to post for the special meeting.
So it'd have to be when?
72 hours, whatever.
Monday?
Monday. If I post today, I'll have enough time to be able to get it in tomorrow.
So you're gonna approve F and table G or
So we could approve F,
approve F?
and then table G for a special meeting.
Mhm.
That way we don't lose out on.
The application?
Yeah, which is up to $1 million, you said? Does that cover soft costs? Oh, it covers your cost, everybody's cost,
My, yeah, everything that we do, yeah.
engineering, application,
The engineer will have a different fee. That's what they're saying.
and then engineering portion will come out of that grant as well. Oh,
Now,
I think.
if I may say something, because I know we're going, nothing you brought it up. You do an executive session right now and review the applications for engineer, all the proposals. And y'all can decide. There's a recommendation, whatever. Let's say the recommendation was firm A. And y'all wanna go with firm B, you can do that, because it's only a recommendation. I just wanted to put it out there. And you can review the proposals that were submitted today. And then make the decision today instead of coming back, another week or so, because I think that's what y'all want. Y'all wanna see the proposals, to my understanding. And then it's, we can, well, since we're only one, I'm just saying we're gonna be selected, then we can work closely, because what's gonna happen is that this was a resolution for the city. There's gonna have to be a special meeting, the resolution for the Texas Water Board, and that's where it states who you selected, and it's their form and their resolution that you have to do. Every grant funding source is different, but we wanna make sure we're following the guideline and the 2 CFR 200, and that comes with earlier with your attorney said about, and your choice, conflict of interest, and competitive bids. And that's what we did, and that we have to show the documents to the funding source, and we did the city did everything in compliance. So it doesn't come back and get penalized, like you asked, or, we have to pay back.
I don't know if I missed it, but does us being behind on the audits have anything, does it mess with the application or anything?
Yes, like I mentioned earlier, you're gonna need some.
Because I didn't hear that, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
you're gonna need to submit some financials with it,
Okay,
yes.
so,
And I can, speak to Mr. Garza and see, what financials they have to submit. Today is just to say, yes, we want to apply. And then, come, let's say July 30th, y'all have all the documents from the engineer, because you need to have certain plans already that maybe you already have in hand, because you did other projects, or they're working on, and then also the finance. And then if y'all don't submit, then, then we don't move forward. And it won't penalize you because you didn't submit. You're just agreeing right now as a council that we do want to apply. the, the discipline, I mean, the penalty comes when you submit it and then you didn't do the project, or there was some hiccups, or, you know, things like that. That's where y'all get in compliance, and you get penalized and have to pay them. I hope I was clear on that.
And
Did
the,
I answer your question?
yes, you did. Thank you. At what point to where whenever we, I guess, there's direction given to the engineer and yourself as part of the portion or, the project itself, the scope of work, at what point would we be able to change it or not change it?
When you submit the scope of work, it's in the application, okay? So water is not my forte, but I'm just gonna use as an example. So if you're doing, water, you know, drainage, and then, you know, something comes up that instead of going straight, you have to take a left, and that wasn't on your scope. That's something that you communicate with your, engineer to make sure why, to inform the funding source, why you didn't go straight and you had to take, I'm sorry, that was right, a left, you know, going forward. But going back, if before the 30th, if you feel that you don't have a project or you don't have all your documents, then you don't apply. You know what I mean? It's once in a lifetime. I know it's not free like they say, but it's not gonna cost the city anything when you apply. That's why they have funding sources, the state of.
Okay. And so let's just say that we apply and you all both do all this work, well, essentially for nothing. Do you still get paid? Is there a stipulation to where if it doesn't pin or if it doesn't go through, then you
So
get
my
paid?
understanding, if we get funded by the funding source, not the city.
Okay,
Okay, the funding source.
okay, so there's no cost.
So we work with y'all very, very strong, I should say, to make sure instead of waiting the 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Because remember, there's a time on y'all's end and effort, you know, so whoever we're gonna be working on, if it's the public director, the public works director, or the water, or the street, or whatever. Every city has different departments, so whoever we're gonna be working with. Yes, the mayor is authorizing, but that's where the department comes in as well, with the engineers working with all internal that needs to be aware. Because you have to come on this scope of work.
And that scope of work will be presented to us for approval?
The scope of work will be brought up with the engineer to be informed through, the one that, authorized to decide yes or no. And but it's up to you all how y'all wanna handle it. Y'all can have a workshop. You know what I mean? Where the discussion comes. Cause I really, what I'm hearing is you already have some project, right? Some water development project that y'all wanna work on, is just selecting the area. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, the Public Works identified several lines that need to be replaced because they're already starting to corrode and fall apart.
That's the hard part. Any more
I
questions?
think,
I hope I answered.
Would you explain G to me? It says, discuss, consider and approve resolution so-and-so to select, engineering architectural services. Has that been,
No, we're still in admin. Yeah,
Things like-
that would be another discussion.
So another agenda item later,
No,
or?
right now. That would
No.
be-
That's the next agenda item. Right now, we're just talking about the grant administrator.
Okay, but what I'm trying to figure out is, are they tied together? If we approve,
They are tied together.
if we approve F, do we have to go with G?
Yes,
Yes.
because G is the engineer
And so,
and M is just the administrator.
and has an engineer been selected?
No, y'all haven't selected one yet.
No, so but one's been proposed from the committee.
Correct.
So if we would like to approve F for the admin, since there was only one,
What one is?
then we could approve that now, and then on G, we can go to executive session, so we can review the bids to see where everything's at.
Okay,
And that's what I think we should do if we want to try and hit this free money.
to make the deadline.
So the F we can approve without
Yeah.
the G.
Okay,
That G can be a special, like, you know what I
It
mean?
can be a special meeting, or we can go into executive session.
Okay,
and-
thank-
Dominic wants to go in right now and go look at it.
Okay.
So we can do that.
That way we don't have to have the special meeting on Monday.
I mean,
I'm open to either one. I
either
mean,
one, yeah, like we can
I
approve
was
F.
going to say, is it listed on the bids themselves when you'll open them so that all of the bidders can be here?
Well, no, they sent in packets.
No,
And then those packets there was a call sent out for the bids.
right.
And there was a deadline on that, and we got 6 of them in. And so they've been scored already. And a selection was made based on those scores.
Okay.
They want to go in and look at them again and see if they agree with the selection that was made.
Okay. You know, and the bidders have that opportunity to come when the selection was made.
The selection wasn't made by city council, it was
They
made
usually don't
by
come.
her, by the mayor and other people that she, called, who did you say, George? By, 4B.
I sent out a 4B message and some of them came in, yes.
Yes, and so the bidders just knew, you know, when that happened. So yes, of course you can go to executive session and look at it at this point.
Okay,
So, but did those, bids or proposals need to be opened in front of each of the bidders?
So they just
right.
have the opportunity to attend. They need to know the date and the time.
Okay,
That they
was there
wrote.
an opportunity for that to happen?
Yeah, because we made the meeting on the 9th.
Okay, and so,
There hasn't been an engineer selected.
no, I get that, but was there an opportunity for all the bidders to be here and open up the bids?
No, we didn't open up the bids. The bids were just opened up and they did the scoring.
Okay, did you copy that? The bidders weren't given an opportunity to be here when they were open.
So they need to know a date and a time, you know, that the bids are opened. It is their right, just to know when they can be opened.
Okay,
That
so,
is liability for the city if they're unaware of when they're opened in front of the public.
did they know?
They weren't open in front of the public.
So-
It's open to score right now. Nobody has been selected. That's
okay,
right now.
since they weren't open in front of the public, how can we move forward?
I will have to.
Or can we not?
When we do start, when we do the process of selecting one, we'll, notify them. That's how I do it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Alessandra, how would we move forward?
So, and you know, normally the place and the time is listed on the bid, you know, so that the applicants know that. At this point, if they don't know, you could contact them all individually and give them that opportunity, or you could go out for bids again. Usually it's placed on the original notice for bidding.
Which is the date on the register when they were clear,
Mhm.
their name.
Okay, so,
And it doesn't have to be in front of council, you know, they just need a date and a time. And anyone who wants to be there can be there.
okay, so can we do this after the fact that we make a decision tonight, or should it be done prior to our decision tonight?
I would say prior, you know, if they haven't had the opportunity to
Can't even.
have the bids opened and be there.
Okay, now going back to F, since there was only one bidder, would we need to open up that bid for that one bidder?
Unless they have received notice of when it would be opened, potentially, you don't need to open it at this point.
Okay, so just having the one bidder, we don't need to give notice now or later. But for the 6 that did bid for the engineering services, that one would need to be opened or noted. They would need a notification prior to selection.
Well, and even the one bidder, you know, they don't necessarily know that they're the one bidder and they have the opportunity to see, you know, your action on that. So they would need to know when it was discussed.
Okay, so we can't even vote on either of these 2 items because we didn't do the process of open bid.
open.
Otherwise, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, was that?
Just
Otherwise that would leave us vulnerable.
Yes, it exposes the city to liability if the bidders do not feel that they were given the opportunity to have the bids opened. And like I said, it doesn't have to be in front of council. Okay, it can be the committee that's assigned, but they just need to know when it's being opened. Often it's the city manager and the mayor and then like one other person, but anyone can attend. The bidders just need to know when it's happening.
Okay, how much, I guess notification would they need in order, it's in the packet? I'm sorry, it was in the video packet.
We don't attend when they're opening this forum. Do we know? It depends. I'm not the procurement department and I'm not the proposal, right? I know we receive an invitation or we read it in the public notice or somehow. In your bid packet, and everyone does it different, it'll give you a timeline, like your attorney was saying, it's a timeline.
In the packet, was there a date?
Like I said, I didn't receive it. That's not my department. You know what I mean? I'm not the procurement of the proposal. I didn't put it together. I just come here and I do have the proposal that was submitted from us to you. What y'all put out there, I didn't get to see it myself.
Was there an open bid packet for the services for the?
There was a due date that we get submitted by, and that was it. Besides the agenda, that was going to be voted on.
Okay,
So
how much of a notice would they need for us to open in front of everyone? Is that
So-
48 hours, 24 hours, or we send out an email tomorrow, for example?
I would not give tomorrow, just because that might be too sudden. But it's not defined by law. So normally it should be within the actual bid notice. I would give the people who bid maybe a week's notice, just to be fair, but that's not defined by law. However, I would think you don't want to do, just one day later.
No, I'm saying to send out an email tomorrow for open bid to happen Friday, so that way we can make a decision Monday.
Yeah, that would be fair if you did the decision on Monday.
I would say that we should do that. So that way we're not vulnerable. And then we wouldn't even need to go into the executive session right now. We would just need the bids or packages or to review the packages or the bids.
Okay,
From now until then.
and you can come at any time. You don't have to all come at the same time.
Yeah.
You
Well,
can come in the evening.
You all shouldn't form a quorum, during that time.
Right.
Because it's a meeting.
Just come periodically.
Yeah, just come in and score the stack.
But we don't get off till like after 5, so that's why I'm saying, like, is it gonna be available to us?
Well, you have your badge, you
I
can
know
come
we have
in.
our badge, but where's
If
it
they're in
gonna?
the conference room.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking.
Well, can we do that? To where they're in the conference room, all 6 laid out, so that way we can.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I did. I just laid them out and I put a scoring sheet with each one, and then they came in and scored.
And you would just have to post that,
Yeah.
as a meeting bids.
Okay, yeah, the job, like, so I'm saying.
I'm sorry, say it again.
If you all, want to come, or if it's a quorum, you would just post it as a meeting to open the bids and give the bidders that opportunity to come. But that way, everyone would have, the opportunity to come. You just could not have a quorum without posting it as a meeting. But you all have
Correct,
it. Yeah.
That everybody's at.
correct.
From Dallas.
That's why we had posted the meeting, the agenda, because there might have been a quorum.
But even if they come down, they can still be part of it through Zoom. Just send a Zoom link.
It's fall. They want us to, when you have to, you want to do.
Or just do a Zoom link and then also let them come in at a certain time with a Zoom link so that.
So when do you want the sentence?
Yeah.
I would say we send an email out tomorrow for a meeting invite and let them know that it's gonna be open, that the bids are gonna be open on Friday, so that way we can still, no, I'm not saying that we don't need to be here for that
Okay.
section. We would just need the bids to be opened or given the opportunity for all the services or for all the bidders to be part of that open bid. Whether they want to go and just find out of their competitors' pricing
Well,
or
when do you want to do it?
they
See,
should,
they don't give you pricing as a yet.
Yeah, they don't usually give the pricing in the packet. There's only one that gave the pricing in their packet.
so there's not a percentage that y'all put
They
up
have,
in?
Well, there's, none of the proposals, but you send them money.
Okay, so none of these even have
Yeah, each
percentages.
proposal, it's not dollar amount based, it's
You
just
don't-
straight, qualifications.
in other words, you're selecting an engineer to do the project that you're going to do.
Just offering qualifications.
Qualifications.
So that's you. But we still need to open that up prior to making a decision. Right? That's what you said?
You know, yes, unless you were to combine it with the council meeting, you would have to open it up prior. But you could combine it with the meeting right afterwards.
We'll just do it during the day on Friday. Right? That would suffice. Send an email, meeting invite out tomorrow. That way it can be done on Friday. It just has to happen prior.
It's who's gonna be here.
No, not open the bid.
She's working.
No, we don't need to be here. They need to be able to see each other, essentially, correct?
They need to be able, you know, to have the opportunity to see their bids opened. If you all, you know, I would recommend that you just post a meeting, even if you all won't be here. You don't need a quorum. It's just in case, you know, in case you all, you know, show up and there's 3 of you.
Yeah, so we don't need to be here. But to not have us vulnerable. So I would say that needs to happen prior to this.
And just don't make the decision, you know, during that time.
Yeah, the decision is only on Monday for our special meeting.
All you're gonna do is score. Then once they're all scored, they'll be tallied, and then the one that has the highest score is what comes to the table.
No, that's fine, and if we want to come and look at the bids, we can, but to not leave us vulnerable, they have to open. Not open the bidding process, open the bids, or open the RFQs.
Well, when do you want to do it?
You said a week's worth, but we don't have a week.
We don't have.
We're gonna have to be on Monday, so I would say we send the meeting invite tomorrow for Friday, so that way they can open it up.
So Friday,
And this isn't for us, this is for them.
Friday the 13th? I mean, no, I'm sorry,
Today's the 13th.
Friday the 17th.
And the portion that's for us is for us to go in at any moment to go and look at the bids. Or look at
Correct.
the qualifications,
Correct.
sorry,
Don't have a quorum at the same time, you know?
correct.
So I'm gonna, do a, special call meeting for Monday. That's what you're saying.
For F and G,
No,
or no?
for Friday,
No, special meeting.
because Monday is, oh, no, that's right.
Opening bids. or
No, I got it. You're throwing my
Right.
timeline off.
And then Monday, the
Yes.
special meeting.
So Monday will be the 20th.
Then before the 20th, special call. To award.
To award G, because we can approve F right now. No, we can't approve F, sorry, because it's not an open bid. So we'd have to wait on F and G. Correct?
Well, F, there was only one that applied.
Yes, but she said that they still have to have the opportunity for the bids to be open.
Yes.
The representative is saying she doesn't need it.
If she's here, you know, and she's had the notice, you know, that it's being opened, that's fine. If you all would like to do that, she's the only one.
If I may add, from my experience, doing proposals, looking at this department is that we have a choice of asking any questions, right? To the
Correct.
entity. And then that question gets submitted to everyone prior.
Right.
If there's a pre-construction meeting,
Right.
but if there's not, right? But we know that if, we don't need to know the day that y'all open your package is for, we don't. Because it can be done during the council meeting and that's when it's getting voted, it can be an appointment committee and the board. So, we usually don't come because it's kind of self-explained. And there's a criteria on the scoring sheet that how you're adding them, the highest point.
Mhm.
That's what I said earlier. You have a recommendation. Now, if there was another consultant, if I wanted to see their proposal, guess what I had to do? I had to do a PIR, which is Public Information Record Act. I just can't come and look at them during that time, because then everyone that submits needs to be there in fairness.
Oh, I see. I think that's the point they were trying to make, was give everybody a chance to come in and look at us going through that, but they don't, but in order to do that, they would have to request.
And in the RFQ for engineers, you're scoring them on qualification. And then wherever you select, like he mentioned it, then there's a negotiation on price. Ours is already listed because it's an RFP of professional services for admin services. That's why there's two different proposals going in. And, apparently y'all didn't see the outline of what was scored, but you can look at your scores as a council. And then you can see the proposal that was submitted. That's why I recommended or suggested that y'all go look at them and then come back and make your decision at the end of the day, because that's what you're gonna do Monday or next Friday.
Well, we could do that for yours, but we can't do that for theirs because they had 6.
And that's a best practice, just to give them, because otherwise you would open yourselves, to the PIR, as she is saying. I think just give them the opportunity to come. A lot of people don't come, they just don't. But just list a date and a time. People don't necessarily care. Often the city is alone. Okay, opening them, people don't come. But just give them a date and a time. I think that it saves a little bit of a headache, potentially.
Yeah. And were there any questions? Do we know if there were any questions on the engineering side? Like, let's say engineering law firm A had a question of how long of a water line do you want to run?
No, they don't ask anything like that. They just send their qualifications.
No, but was there any questions that were asked? Because if engineering firm A wants asked a question, then that information needs to be sent to all the other 5.
Right, they don't ask questions.
But okay.
We're allowed to.
Yes.
You're allowed to, yes.
There wasn't any questions at all
Not
from anybody?
project specific right now.
Right. It's more of just general qualifications.
The qualifications,
Okay.
and that's.
So I'm just trying to make sure we're covered on that end right now at the moment, because then we could also be susceptible for.
Questions of the
Right.
lines and how much and all that.
Right. I'm just asking that question so that way we're not susceptible or vulnerable in that aspect as well, since you brought that other point up. Given that information now, we just need to set a time and date for opening.
So what term, as far as the opening, is that something that I'm gonna have to post? An agenda for the opening, or?
You'd have,
No.
only if it was a possibility of a quorum.
No, all she said was that to give them the opportunity to.
So this is just for them, not.
Yes,
to
it's not
include-
for-
That's what I'm saying, no agenda has to be posted.
No,
The only agenda.
Well, are you gonna score? Are you gonna come in to score?
once that has been opened, then we can vote on based off of qualifications. Because right now, it hasn't been opened in front of all 6 entities. Or
Right.
it also. So.
Don't want to have a you know,
Then we
to
can vote on Monday.
On Monday, that's what I'm saying, I'm only gonna post a special call meeting for Monday for the council, but I'm just gonna invite the people to come in and look at
Bids.
at the bids.
Yeah.
Friday.
But
On Friday.
how can they look at the bids when they've already been scored?
So if you post a special called meeting or a special meeting for council, you would need 4 out of, you know, the 5 members to vote. However, if you just post a notice to the bidders, you alert them, you would just need the committee and you guys would not have to make a quorum, but they would need the opportunity to be here just to see it. You know, with 6 people, I recommend that. Just so that no one kind of questions it, even though they've been scored. But it's
I
more
see.
alerting the bidders.
So can we make that announcement? Can we say to the bidders that we're gonna be looking at opening them on Monday, the 17th? No,
No, it'll have to be like.
or does it have to be a separate date?
It could
Like they
even-
wanna-
it could even be Monday during the day, and then we have our agenda item on Monday night. So I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be Friday, but like, we wanna do it Monday, then they can open it on Monday.
That's what I'm saying. Can we do it all on the same day?
You could, yes. So it could be a separate thing, and then it could be a separate or a special meeting after the bid notice, you know?
Gotcha.
Maybe the day whenever we have
So it
to
could
go.
be following- immediately following after that. You just can't have a quorum if you're posting it separately.
Gotcha.
So when do we score?
The scoring's already been done, but we can go in there and look at all the bids, have our own scores and have our own vote for that time frame. Taking into consideration what the committee had already asked for or approved, but we can also look and then we can make our own decision that night as well.
Mhm.
We don't have to go off of what the
Monday.
committee said, we can just go off of whatever qualifications have been brought.
So since we only had one application for the grant administrator, do y'all want to vote that one right now?
I think that's more of a question for Alessandra for lawsuit. On how we would go.
You know, if they're here and they are okay with it being opened, you know, and it's already been opened, yes, you all can vote on it. Do you know
And
the
you're-
information from the bid?
The what? I'm sorry?
Information, does council, you know, have you all seen what's in the bidding packet?
No.
They have not.
Is it available for you all to see it?
Yes.
Okay. So if you all feel comfortable, you can vote right now.
So do we look at the bid before or after we vote?
Hang on.
You can look at it right now. I would recommend that. Otherwise, though, you would go back out for bids, you know, so just look at it now.
Where's the third step? I'm gonna sit here and do that. Yeah, thanks.
And look, there's just enough for everybody to have one. That's the back end.
Oh.
There you go.
Mr. Hernandez,
Yes, sir.
so this packet is your,
Proposal?
proposal
Submitted. Can we see the front page? Yeah.
submitted based on, qualifications or?
Work experience, I haven't seen the score sheets, but, the knowledge that we have, for the project as well, the knowledge that we know about, water development. And, we're an application writers, so we submit applications, so we have a lot of expertise in our departments you have to work with. We have the labor department for grant works, so that's very important. We have environmental. We have time resource to make sure you have all the documentation, that you're in compliance, and everything that's needed. We also have the procurement, that's the procurement, and then the time resource that works with you to make sure that you were moving along, and then you end up with a project manager estimate. And that's working with the project, the engineer, a contractor, and we will help them with the procurement once we're hired as well. We provide those services.
And you've done this work before?
Yes, we've had.
Yeah,
this
so-
work.
We currently have a grant with you.
And
We currently have a grant that.
yes, that's right. There's currently a grant, at this time that's working with our project manager, Jessica Johnson. On that.
So there's no question about your qualifications here, so.
We've been around for a while, and this is our expertise in the administrative services.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we have all the documents and upload and the timeline, and we work with the person here, which is usually Ms. Norma, to make sure all the documents and any questions she might have, we'll assist her. But if we don't know the question, then we don't answer. You know, just like everything.
Okay.
Okay, so,
You go ahead.
oh, sorry, you go.
No, every city is like your procurement and your policy of how you do things. Now, there's some, bids that go out, the bid packet, that doesn't give you a timeline, to be here when it's being open. Most of the time, that timeline comes with is construction, because you have to have pre-construction, pre-bid, and that's to inform the contractors what you want to do, that's what and then pre-construction, once you hire the contractor, you sit down and you work through the whole thing.
So I see
And the
that
milestones,
the
yes.
grant minimum for the fees. It's at 5.8% for less than $1 million, for between $500,000 to $1 million. Do you have an adjusted rate for 100,000 to 500,000?
I think it's on here, and I want to say it's after all the pictures.
So I'm looking on page 64. Of where,
It's a table.
right. And on the table, it only goes to a minimum of 500,000?
So it's 67, page 67?
Yes, 67.
Yeah, if you were to get this much, this is what the.
Let's just say that we only get
Yeah.
300,000. What
No,
would that?
it's not gonna be, this grant is, you're getting either $500,000 to $1 million.
Oh, okay, so the minimum.
You're in the range.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't even apply if we 300,000, for example, so that's why that's on the table.
Yes.
Okay.
That's.
Right.
It is the table.
So regardless, it's gonna be 5.85%.
Those two, percentage.
Unless we get that extra penny, then it goes 5.65.
Correct.
Okay. Understood.
Did I answer your questions, Ron?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, so this is how it's broken down for your payment as well for 25% of the project funds, whatever comes first, 15%, then the 20% for 50% of the funds and 75%. You get 20%, and then close out documentation, 10% of the payment of the 58,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And then there's gonna be a contract agreement if we're selected, and they'll go over all of that as well. It
Okay.
comes to the council or however it's.
perfect. And this is your whole project team here? Okay, so, but our city would mostly be dealing with you.
With our client research, which is our app writer, and then our project manager. I pass it down to the next department that follows them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who's your project manager?
Well, we don't know yet who they're gonna appoint.
Oh, okay, so you mean project manager from the GC? Okay. Okay, I got you.
The engineer has a project manager, the contractor has a project manager.
Correct.
We have a project manager. So our job is to make sure that, the engineer, the contractor, or whoever the subcontractors, they're aligned, and that's our job. Make sure the deadlines are there, the questions. They have weekly meetings or every 2 weeks, meetings and so forth.
And how would you like this project to move forward? Like, other than quickly, would you like it to be like a construction manager at risk? Or would you like it for it to be competitive sealed proposal? Or from the GC standpoint?
But going forward is that, we will work with the contractors to make sure that they're moving along. That's our goal. Our goal is we're gonna be project manager. Since we're the ones that are administrating the deadlines and the funding that comes down,
Mhm.
that's how we end up moving. We work closely with the engineer, we work closely with the contractors, so, and it's a process.
Right,
Yes,
so I'm just wondering if we would like to go like, if we go construction manager at risk. If we would prefer that way, or if we're able to go that route, or if we're allowed to go
Well,
CSP.
that-
This might be more of a question for the engineering
correct.
services.
Yeah, it'd be just, still competitive bids.
So CSP,
Yeah, we would, all three entities would work with the contractor works with the engineer works with the grant manager, the project team.
so and your entity is I guess, I don't even know if I'm allowed to ask this question, honestly. Cause I'd have to ask this question to everybody, so never mind, I can't ask any questions, so.
But that's the only thing that we can work.
Yeah.
Is once you select it and then it's open to them. Right now, we're just trying to hire. Here, and then we develop the work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that satisfies the obligation,
Yeah, so now
The
the
vote
vote
on-
on, but not on G.
the vote on that.
You can vote on that. A motion to approve F. Discuss and approve resolution.
Yeah. Yeah, good, or you have any questions for, any other questions, or y'all good to? I'm good to move forward, or?
No motion to approve it, right? So motion to approve, can you discuss in the resolution?
You're making the motion?
Okay.
You say we make the motion.
Yeah.
for the resolution.
Yeah, the motion for the resolution 2026-73 to
Okay.
approve it.
Okay, Naomi made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
May I add, I need to say, we all selected grant works, that's for adding in your motion.
Okay, motion to select the resolution 2026-73 grant works. I second.
Second.
Okay, gonna vote on that. Angela Sáenz Arevalo. Robert Garcia,
Aye.
Dominic Hernandez,
Aye.
Naomi Hernandez, and Alfonso Solis. Okay. So we have passed to confirm GrantWorks as the grant management firm for pre-application, application, and implementation services for the City of Gregory's Texas Water Development Board Program Water Supply and Infrastructure Grant. So that is passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, the next steps will be that we will need to do a resolution, so we're gonna have to have a special meeting and I'll get with Ms. Norma on, the wording to make sure it's correct, because it comes from the work, Water Development Board.
Mhm.
And then second, within by Friday, we'll make sure that we have the client services that's gonna do the act, and we'll work directly with Ms. Norma, and then she can delegate it wherever y'all decide to and what to do, and then if there's any meetings, she'll inform me as well. Because we'll have a transition meeting, which is called like a kickoff, and then we'll go from there, because it's gonna have to go quickly, really fast with working with your, whoever you appoint, especially your public director, will have to be in all these meetings and so. Hey,
Okay,
Thank
if you don't hear from me by Friday, let me know, or find resource, I'll let them know in the morning. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
thank you.
appreciate it.
Okay, G, discuss, consider, approve resolution 2020704, a resolution to suggest to select engineering architectural service providers to complete engineering architectural services for the Texas Water Development Board's Water Supply and Infrastructure Grant. We are going to do a special call meeting on that
Yeah.
for the, what date is that, Norma?
Okay.
I was running out of battery
Oh, wait, Friday, we should, 20th, for Monday.
for Monday, right?
The 20th.
The 20th, okay.
What time?
6 o'clock. Special call at 6.
Okay. Okay, next is consideration with action to approve date for budget workshops, July 18th and July 25th, 2026 at 10 a.m. And the first one is gonna be with the fire department.
That's Saturday.
Yes, that's a Saturday.
They're both Saturdays.
They're both Saturdays,
Yeah,
yes.
July 18th and July 25th.
The one I can't make is July 18th.
I mean, I can look at. There's something. Are you okay with that date, July 18th and 25th, and
Yes.
Alfonso too?
Yeah, I think I have something they.
On the 18th as well, you too, okay? I mean, I can make the 18th and 25th, I have my both dates, but these two came, so, but we can still approve it.
I'll be somewhere.
But you can make it on the 25th, right?
Yeah, 25th, fine.
Yeah,
No,
25th, I'm good on that.
Yeah, middle down.
On the 18th, that's just the fire department?
Fire department, she said.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yeah, we can,
Okay, and who's on the 25th?
I think I have Public Works,
public works.
I think.
Alright, so then we can just approve it then.
Need a motion?
Motion to approve it for the budget workshop on the 18th and 25th.
Okay, second?
I'll go ahead and second.
Okay. Angela Sáenz Arevalo, Robert Garcia, Dominic Hernandez, Naomi Hernandez, Alfonso Solis. Okay. All right, I, consideration with action to approve Chief of Police Baudencio Cardenas's letter of resignation. And I do not have, I do have a letter from him. It's- Maybe, what did I do with it? We'll take one and pass it down. Here you go. So the letter says, Mayor Boyes and City Aldermen, regarding the appointment of an interim police chief, I would like to provide my professional recommendation and selection information. The selection of an interim police chief is just as important as the appointment of a new police chief. You must take into consideration several factors such as years of full-time service, training, supervisory experience, disciplinary history, certifications, etc. Understanding that this placement is temporary, and if the selected person is also eligible for the full-time police chief position, that person must still go through the entire hiring process, background check, and interview. It is my recommendation that Officer Jaime Villarreal be appointed as interim chief. Officer Villarreal has 19 years, 10 months of police experience, varying from A&M, CCPD, Nueces County Constable, Taft PD, and Gregory PD. Officer Villarreal has served the Gregory Police Department since July 2023 and has proven to be a valuable asset. He has shown his commitment by covering numerous last-minute shifts, taking extra shifts to help his fellow officers in need, assisting and training new officers, and assisting me in unit management, shift scheduling, and assigning duties as needed to officers. Officer Villarreal holds a TCOLE Master Peace Officer license and has multiple training hours in incident command, supervisory, and field training. I would also like to mention that our other Gregory officers have voted their recommendation of Officer Villarreal. So he is appointing Officer Jaime Villarreal as the interim police chief.
He's appointing him or recommending him?
It's recommended.
Well, he's recommending. But basically, it's going to be a long process to get a police chief in. We have some applications that have come in. Some of them are from Houston, Dallas area. Rockport.
Here. And then we'll put like, the lady is a formal choose from. First to.
Houston. Mhm.
This might be, I have a question. This might be for you, sir. Is there a qualification that's needed to be a police chief?
Is there a specific qualification as far as TCO is concerned?
As far as any type of certification needed to be a police chief for any municipality? If you don't know, it's okay. I'm just asking the question in case you didn't.
As far as TCO is concerned, which is our governing body that governs everything we do as far as licensing, like she said, that officer she's speaking of has a master's peace officer.
Yeah.
License. That takes, you don't get that with 5 years experience. You can only get that with years of service and education.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know if there is a specific in writing certification that a police chief has to have. Most of your cities, when they go looking for a police chief, they put in there what they're looking for. They have to have at least so many years of experience doing this. They have to have at least a master peace officer. They have to, there's minimum qualifications that most cities, all cities go after.
Right.
Okay, but can y'all just say, hey, I like Joe Blow, he's a basic peace officer, he's been a cop for 2 years, he's gonna be a police chief. Can that happen? Yes. But when you do that, you're gonna get what you ask. Police chief comes with a level of expertise, the level of education, the level of common sense that you don't get in 2 years of being a cop. That you only get with decades of being a police.
Gotcha.
So that's what most cities do.
No, that makes sense. So there's no qualification required, but it's a recommend, it would behoove us to ask for that in the qualifications for that.
If you didn't do that, you're all about motivation, opening yourself up for stuff like that. That goes along with it.
Is that the highest qualification that a peace officer can
Yes.
can, acquire? Okay.
Yes.
So Mr. Cardenas is still scheduled to work till the 31st. He doesn't
Correct.
plan to leave early?
No,
Okay. And so the appointment of a chief or a temporary chief would take into effect soon after or
correct.
right away or?
Well, that's up to, I don't know how they structure their organization. I don't know how the police department
Mhm.
works exactly, how they structure that. But definitely would want to have that in place because then Chief Cardenas would have to go over things that he needs to know specific to the department, you know, specific to the city.
But you know, that leads me to want to question, this is for consideration to approve his letter of resignation,
Correct.
but there's no mention of an assignment or the selection of of a temporary chief. So
Well-
do we need to schedule or do this appointment at the next meeting, at the next council meeting and select an interim?
Well, technically, within an internal appointment doesn't really, I mean, I guess we could vote on it, but it doesn't really need that because it's an internal appointment.
I think we should ask lawyer.
Alessandra,
Yes.
I feel like Alexa.
No worries.
So, the chief has made a recommendation that Officer Villarreal be appointed as interim police chief. Does
I-
that,
So I get it's a recommendation, but I think it should be a separate item, with his name.
okay. He just handed me this today, so that's why I presented it.
No worries, just for his recommendation to be able to be there.
Okay,
And the city can have notice.
okay.
We just need to approve his
The
resignation.
resignation, yes.
And has the job description been put out there?
Yes, again, we have had a few,
And that masterpiece officer or the equal masterpiece officer license, is that part of the qualifications that we're asking for?
Have different based on the education, based on experience. And education as far as I think we have it as a bachelor's.
Now, is it too late to update it? To have this certification?
I've already submitted and I've already got an application, so I have.
That's fine that we got applications and we'll just ask or look through to see if they have that certification, but can we update it to have that certification in it?
I'll have to change the ad, because the ones that I did are doing it just through TMR.
Well, the applicants will be bringing that to the table anyway.
Yeah, because they're.
right, if they have that.
Some of them are sending their transcripts, some of them are sending all their college, education, their experience, their resumes, basically on your resumes.
Well, that way you don't have to filter out too many. I'm just trying to see if
Weed them out.
So we
this-
change back and. There's resume.
We'll have one.
But like I said, you would have to look at the ones that you already have, that I already put in. And then if you want to resubmit and then add,
No, we'll just do it at that
we'll do
time.
it at that time.
Okay.
Then we can put in all the changes that you want to make based on what I've already put in there.
So when can we look at it?
I've got some, I think the date that I had posted for the 21st. I believe we're the 22nd. That I posted online on our website.
And-
It should be there.
Is there a duration that it needs to be posted for a certain amount of time?
Yeah, I did it for 30 days with TMA.
But like, I meant legally, like if it needed to be posted for 10 days, 10 business days or 30 days.
It would probably be 30 days just to have enough time for applicants to submit and decide if they want to submit and things like
No, that's
that.
fine. I just didn't know if there's anything legally that it needs to be posted for a duration.
Days would be fine, you know, for that application.
Okay.
Is it 30 days?
Mhm.
Okay. Perfect.
So consideration with action to approve Chief of Police Baudencio Cardenas' letter of resignation. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, move to make a motion to approve it.
One second.
Okay. Angela Sainz Arevalo, Robert Garcia,
Aye.
Dominic Hernandez, Naomi Hernandez, Alfonso Solis. Okay. Consideration with action to appoint board member to San Patricio County EDC to fill the term ending December 31st, 2026. That is Jay.
On here that, I gotta find the paper now. Yeah. Yeah, here it is.
See if I've got some.
The appointee will serve the remainder of the current term ending in December 31st, 2026, and may begin a new 3-year term from January 1st or 27, so December 31st of 29. I think we should just include that on there so that way we don't have too many changes. It's just easier. We don't have to keep sending notifications. We'll just let them know that it's at that point. Is anyone interested in being on the San Pat EDC? I know I am, but I don't know if anybody else was. So. Alessandra,
Yes, sir.
am I even able to vote if, to be appointed on the San Pat EDC committee? Or the San Pat EDC?
For what reason would you be unable? What conflict of interest do you have?
To vote for myself.
You would be unable to vote on or vote for that.
Perfect. Thank you for answering that. Okay.
So we're just gonna turn,
You just make
motion,
it a
motion to consider, Dominic, the EDC, to fill the term, to begin the new 3-year term from 1/1/27 to, from fill term ending from December 31st, 2026 for a new term to 12/31/2029.
Well, no, it's just to December 31st, 2026. That's from the EDC. And then we'll revisit it again
That's what he just had.
when the next term comes up.
So that's what the portion of the. I'm trying to find that picture now.
The letter says may begin, so
Mhm.
I guess they keep it optional. You may still be interested or you may not. So it gives you the flexibility to.
Yeah, right here. The new appointee will serve the remainder of the current term ending in December 31 of 26 and may begin a new 3-year term from January 1st, 27, December 31st of 29. So we can add that on there. To just fulfill it for that entire portion.
But we would have to revisit that in January.
No, we can just add it on right now. Correct, Alessandra?
Correct. We would be able to do that.
You said we would be able to, correct?
I didn't hear her.
I'm sorry, Alessandra.
Yeah.
Yes, we would be able to.
Okay. Let me send you the make a motion.
The motion to approve Dominic, to the San Pat EDC to fill the term from December 31st, 2020, well, from now till December 31st, 2029.
So you wouldn't want to give anybody else an opportunity in January if somebody else wanted to do it. Is that correct? Okay. What if somebody else wants it in January? You're just gonna overlook that?
Well, we could always change it. I mean, we could always call it, put it on the agenda again, and if for whatever reason he can't do it or doesn't want to do it, we can change it, we could change it later.
Even with re-elections coming up here to 2 more years, if I'm not elected, then it would still be up.
It would come off, yes.
So,
So it's not a, not locked or anything
from the-
down or whatever you want to.
So if somebody else wanted it in January, you would be okay with that?
We would vote on it.
it would be brought up as an agenda.
Agenda item and then vote.
Okay. All right. Motion, Naomi, you made a motion?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and second it.
Okay, Angela Sáenz Arevalo, Robert Garcia,
Aye.
Dominic Hernandez.
Okay.
Oh, you can't vote. Naomi Hernandez,
Aye.
Alfonso Solis. Okay. Consideration with action to approve agreement of FY 2026 TML health benefits full health care for employees.
Let's make a motion to discuss.
Okay,
Second it. And then. Just hold on
So Norma, on this last page or this one page,
here.
page 4, I believe. Excuse me, Norma. On this page 4, which one of these is the one that you're already on, that the city's already on?
Four is, religion, right?
It's what?
Which one are you looking at? Religion?
This one, I believe. I guess all the options, like option 1N, 2N, 3N, 4,
If you
and
look
5N.
at the removal notice, page, the one that says 1 or 4, this one. It gives you, says renewal notice. Because all of this other part is just descriptions of the benefits that we have. I mean, that, given,
So what page are you looking at? I'm sorry.
right here, this one, it says renewal.
Renewal.
It'll say 1 or 4 original on the bottom.
Okay, so it says 104 and we're looking at page.
You're looking at, it says renewal on top. The
Yeah.
renewal notice. Okay.
Yes,
So if you look, you have your current and then you have your new. It gives you your breakdown of your deductions, your deductibles, and everything in within there. That's what we currently have.
Okay, so the new, is that a different option or is that?
No, that's the same option, but that's Then.
One of four, but where's,
Yeah, we're not.
where's current?
The
Oh, okay. Okay.
only thing that didn't go up was the rental organization.
Yeah, that's all we do.
It's staying the same.
Every year.
And that's not changing policies, that's just change, that's just renewing.
Renewing.
And this is per employee?
Right, for
I'm sorry, per employee?
current.
Okay.
So the change is because of the cost of healthcare,
Yeah, okay.
basically. Same plan, everything.
Everything's the same, it's just,
Everything stays basically the same, except for the healthcare is usually the one that always goes up.
How many employees do we currently have? Or how many should we have?
We
No,
normally have 16 to 17, now we only have, it's gonna be -3, so we're gonna have about 14.
so that's including buildings in the back. On the near end, and that's including police department, public works. Really? An increase all across the board of 6,000 or 6,700? FYI. And then this page here, what's this page for? Is that like other options for policies?
And that's, that's the auxiliary, the other products that we have, that we don't.
everything's there, doesn't, that's family. That's all.
Hmm.
And the only reason we stick to 10 months because it's a pool, you don't run the risk, getting, pulled out from the pool, this, if you have some, based on the sickness or chronic illnesses or anything, the pool can't deny us the, health benefits. Or they can't, or shut us down. And the only reason is we don't have the amount of employees to lower the premiums for the insurance companies.
Also, you go in together as a bigger group to get the lower
Get the
costs.
lower costs.
Okay. Is that typically what other entities use? For municipalities?
Yeah, the only entities they have more employees.
No, I'm sorry, for the type A.
I don't know, so most of them usually, most cities usually have TON
Okay.
as a,
So this is
It's a sure
nothing,
thing.
new.
It's a sure
This
thing.
is something that's always done.
so it's been there.
Okay.
So
I'm guessing. Okay. So I'm guessing this is the smartest decision.
I think presently it's gonna be like, regardless of the pool, I mean, it depends on, like, they have a small amount, like, so that's something. If they rush it, so this was gonna be really, relatively true, it's just gonna be, okay.
It's usually they base your premiums on the amount of individuals.
And the only other option would to be for the employees to cover the difference. Right?
Mhm.
Certain harder, like, routine.
Yeah.
You have any questions? Or anything? No, we're good.
Yeah, no questions. It's basically the same plan. It can't-
Same policy, same plan, just.
They just increase it
like
because of-
every other health insurance goes up.
Well, you work for the city of Corpus. Do you have the same plan? Or do you have?
Blue
a
Cross
different-
Blue Shield.
Okay,
That's what we have.
yeah, they can go to something different.
But I think they have a broker and this one doesn't.
Yeah.
Like, cause this is more of a pool.
Mhm.
We'll make a motion.
Council saying
make a
remove,
motion
go
to
ahead and
approve.
approve it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who made the motion?
Robert?
Yes,
Robert
I'll
make a
second it.
motion? Okay. Angela Sáenz Arevalo, Robert Garcia,
Aye.
Dominic Hernandez,
Aye.
Naomi Hernandez, Alfonso Solis. Okay, so the only thing on this list that we didn't get to was the status of the city administrator's position. So we do have some applicants, don't we? Cause we were gonna try and do first looks at the applications when we did the scoring, but we didn't look at those. Old business, no old business, closed session, no closed session, no open session. Reports, I know Officer, oh my God, I forgot her name.
Yellow?
Galloway.
Galloway.
She already gave it to us.
Yeah, she was gonna actually do a presentation, but she gave us the information. All right, volunteer fire department, city boards and commissions, city staff. Anything, Norma?
Just stating this, resignation.
Mayor and council members, nothing there, unless you guys have something you wanna report.
Friday was his last day, and then in his resignation.
Who? I'm sorry, Norma, I didn't hear you.
Abel turned in his resignation for retirement. He's retiring.
Okay.
Oh, for the board. Oh, okay.
He's retired, so.
No.
I did want to ask on the city administrator, you say you mentioned something about that where you do have applications
We do have applications, yes.
and
And we were gonna do first looks of that on the 9th after you guys got done scoring, but you know, how that happened. So that is it. Oh, except for, I was at the CCMPO this week and they are going to be opening up a $6.6 million grant to areas for public access and improvements. So that one would actually do our sidewalks and provide a safe passageway between here and Portland. And that one is, they're supposed to be opening it up within the next couple of weeks, but that one's not on a short time frame like this one is.
so will the business administrator be on the next agenda? Or do we need to submit a?
Well, we have to take a look at the applications,
Yes.
decide which ones you want to interview, do the interviews, and then once you decide who you want to choose as city administrator, then, you know, it comes to the vote.
So that phase will be on the next agenda? You
Uh,
just mentioned, when we
if
get up.
if you want to come in and look at the application, I guess we could do it on. Hmm,
25th, I don't think you're gonna do
on the 25th.
budget work.
We could do it with the budget workshop.
Says you'll be here, right? And then Alfonso will be here.
So it's M through Q, let's just table
Which one?
M through Q.
M through Q. Oh, we already did all those. They were on the agenda already. That's why they were down at the end, because all of this was city business already. So the only one, like I said, we didn't address was the city administrator, because y'all still have to come in and look at the applications and make some decisions.
And in like in this instance, I mean, what was the purpose of repeating them? I mean, my feelings would not have been hurt if they were already on the agenda from whatever, whoever decided to put them on there originally. I was not aware that they were already there. But they're on there twice now.
Yeah,
So, I mean, what was the purpose of it, of listing them twice?
because you submitted a request,
Yes.
so we put them on there. You didn't ask what was on the agenda, you just sent a list of requests,
Well,
so we put them on there.
yeah, but the agenda's not available till what? The
But you
Thursday.
you can call and ask, because we start working on the agenda pretty much like probably later on this week, we'll start putting items on the agenda
Mhm.
that need to be covered either from this or that are coming up.
And y'all couldn't have looked at my stuff, I turned it in on a Monday and said, oh, Robert, and just give me a call and said it's already on here. And just avoid all the, the questioning from earlier. I mean,
If you submit an agenda request,
Mhm.
we're gonna put it on.
But why do that if it's double work? It's listed twice on there.
Cause
I don't understand that, no,
well, you submitted a request.
yes,
We
but
submitted
it's a request.
Yeah,
It can
so
be-
I'm gonna put all your requests on here. If you
But you're not,
send me a list of 20 requests,
but.
I'm gonna put them on here, whether or not they're already on the agenda. If
but
you
what's the
send me a
purpose of that?
list.
No, there's no purpose on that. I mean,
Yeah. And that's kind of just like.
that's not using your common sense. I
Well,
mean,
you can call periodically during the week too and ask, hey, what's on the agenda? Or do you have items on the agenda before you send in a list of requests?
But
But
that's,
you
that's
didn't-
what I'm trying to tell you, like, we're trying to explain to you that it's not, I mean, if you look at it, and we're not trying to be rude or anything, but it is common sense that if you would just, like, if he's gonna submit something and then you're gonna already put it on the agenda, just call him up and say, hey, Robert, we're gonna put it on the agenda. Instead of calling him out and putting it on the request, like you did a target, like, that's what we're trying to tell you. Like, it feels like you're targeting certain specific us because we're putting a request on the agenda, which you are already gonna state on there. Remember, we're just asking you to give us a common courtesy and say, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the agenda already. So can I just go ahead and, like, not put, your request in because I'm gonna put it on here? Because no.
I'm not gonna call you. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna
Okay,
call
and
you. If
again-
you wanna
and
know, if you wanna know,
Again, you're the
you can check
And
in.
again, why do we have to call and check in? Why, that's what I'm saying. like,
Because you're a
you-
council
we-
person. How important is it to you?
Because you
Is
do
it important?
everything else besides call us. You will post everything else. And you put
You can call.
everybody's business out there. So, I mean, why can't you give us the common courtesy to call us?
Because I'm not anybody's keeper,
Exactly.
okay?
So you're not.
So if
just
you're
the one
interested, if you
does-
wanna
you're just the
know,
mayor.
if
Exactly.
you wanna know,
Exactly. You're just the
call
mayor.
in.
You're just the mayor. So then again,
Okay,
okay.
So.
I'm just the mayor.
So-
I'm gonna put whatever you give me on the agenda.
Okay, but then doesn't make sense. It doesn't
It
make
doesn't
sense.
make sense.
And it feels like you target us. So again,
Well, no, because if anything came up from the other council members, I would have put that on there as well.
no,
Okay,
you wouldn't have.
so.
But they
You
were,
wouldn't have. You wouldn't
but
have.
I will tell you this. Every last council member, since I've been on council, with the exception of Dominic, has been in the office on a regular basis, finding out what's going on, what's happening.
Because they're retired. We have jobs.
I have jobs.
Exactly, but I have a job during the day.
I have a job
I can't
and
just
I'm
sit here
here.
and just say, hey, let me go in and see what they're doing their job. You should be doing your job regardless.
So, I mean, you can come in at any
We all-
time.
But exactly, we
We're
got
here-
jobs.
Somebody's here. There's stuff that happens in the evenings.
Oh, okay.
Here, there's other meetings that happen here in the evening, so you can come in and ask.
And you don't, but I'm saying, like, you're making it seem like we gotta do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Your last people that you had on here didn't ask any questions. We do.
They were
okay?
in here all the time.
Exactly, because they didn't have no jobs. They
Aaron
were
had a
retired.
job.
They were retired.
Aaron's not retired.
Oh, well, I'm pretty sure he is because he was just making notes. But you know what? People work, people have jobs, okay? We have a living to make. So we are not like you. You're a paid position. We're not. So we're volunteer.
I'm not a paid position.
Well, I don't care if you are or not. You're the
I'm
mayor.
not a paid position. If
You're
I
the
was
mayor.
a paid
But
position,
you take this
I wouldn't
position-
be doing anything else because
You-
this is too much fun.
be responsible for the town, but you're not,
I am.
but you're not.
I'm the
Oh,
one
you
out there
do- oh,
looking
you're
for
not.
grants. I'm the
You're
one
not.
out there looking for
hold on.
ways to improve.
Okay, I have a question. So on the agenda, that is, so whenever all the items on the agenda are finalized, is when?
That's kind of bad.
By Friday?
Tuesday?
Because
Okay,
it has to be
so,
posted Tuesday.
so our last time to be able to submit a request from council is on a Monday.
Monday.
So how are we to know whenever it's finalized if it's not already a redundant item? So we're submitting on Monday,
Just call because.
and then on
look,
Tuesday, how do we know it's not
Yeah,
redundant?
let me give you an example.
Why
Okay,
do
he
you have-
put in request, okay, 7-1. Okay, the agenda proposed agenda date, 7/13, which
Okay,
is
but
today.
you
Okay.
make the agenda though.
And then he says, he's a council member, okay, he says status of vacant city administrative position, along with the numbers of applicants received through the City of Gregory website, portal newspaper, and the planned estimated date to start or respective vacancies to fill, I guess. Posting of the respective vacancy on the Texas Municipal League. Okay, and then on the bottom, he says, the desired outcome, advertisement on the Texas Municipal League website, receipt, he wants a receipt and review of the applicants. So that was put on the agenda, that's his request.
Okay, so it just so happened that all this by chance were, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items that he requested, they just so happened to all be by chance to be
Right.
part of the.
They were all coming up, yeah.
Something, question, okay, so I am putting, because he is making a request for this date, this council meeting, so I am putting his request.
So, but then
no.
but it doesn't make no sense. It don't make no
Well,
sense.
then, if it doesn't make any sense, you can ask or come by and say,
But
okay.
it's common sense.
No, it's not common
It
sense.
is
because
common
he
sense.
made the
Why,
request.
wait, it's common sense if you see him
Okay.
making a request.
So-
If you see him making a request for the same thing, no. If you see him making a request for the same thing, then why wouldn't you just call him if we have to turn it on a
Why do
Monday?
we have to call?
Why would you do that though? Why would you sit there and make it all the way Q to Q? It doesn't make any sense.
If you submit a request, it's gonna go on the agenda.
So all of these 5 items that are on here that Robert requested,
We
Those-
addressed all of them except for the city administrator.
okay, so the remainder, they just so happen to be by chance that they were gonna be put on the normal business?
Yeah, because you all had asked during the council meeting about the auditor and about the,
Okay, so this was all by chance.
yeah.
But take the time, I mean, I submitted this on 7/1.
Mhm.
And the meeting was not till the 13th, 2 weeks
2 weeks.
I just don't
beforehand.
think that it's all by chance, it's more of a target.
Yeah, it is a target.
Well, you can see it however you want to see it.
It is a
I'm
target.
telling you what I'm gonna do. If you submit 30 agenda items, 30 agenda requests,
There's gonna be.
then I'm gonna put 30 agenda requests on there.
So then she's gonna next double, so she can say that I put it on there. So, okay, so
Okay,
can,
so why wouldn't we just go through M now? Because like TML, city website, newspaper, other sites for advertising for city attorney who will be presented at regular council meetings and other official meetings as needed.
So now you can go into, you're lining up, you're going over your agenda, now he's making his request, now you're looking at it, now you decide what it is that you want to do.
Right, so
Because
why
it's
wouldn't
your
we do it
agenda.
at this point now?
You're going out.
Does that
with
make
this
sense?
request.
Now that it's going off with this, like, this is worded differently from the other. This isn't really a transition from attorney to
Because
prosecutor.
that's the way he looks at it. I'm putting in,
That's
what
fine.
he would, the way you're wording.
No, I know.
It's going in a different direction.
Correct, and on this one, it goes more of a direct, this one is worded for a different direction on M. Compared to. The other one that was, I don't know.
And now you know that we're going to visit the city administrator applications at the same time that we do the budget workshop.
Right, no, but this is for the city attorney. So how D and M are similar, they're not really similar. So M, you could still go for that portion if you'd like. Does that make sense, Robert?
Yes, sir.
So is it something that you'd like to keep going through?
Well, for right now, for the time being, right now, I'll just,
Table it like how?
table it and come back with another request.
Okay.
And maybe it won't be targeted this next time.
So you don't want to know who submits a request?
No, it should have never been like that. If you go.
Okay, so you don't want to know who submits a request? All right,
No.
we can do that.
Yeah, because it's never been done before.
It hasn't
If you-
been done.
Go back to the past agendas. Go to your past agendas. Go to
All
your
right.
past agendas.
Well, it is 10:30 and I don't know about you, but I am hungry. So motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Yes, motion.
Okay, Robert made the motion, Naomi seconded it, and we are done. There's no objection? Okay, no objection. Aye. Yes, ma'am, come on. Thank you for staying with me, those of you who stayed through the whole thing.
Talk to you all later. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
My question
Okay.
concerning the grant that the housing authority, this is gonna be fixed, right? Will it benefit Marquez Park?
Probably.